Knight d4, king d3, king c4.
Draw agreed.
Oh, wow. What a save by Ian. Wow. What a fighting spirit.
Oh, has Magnus missed rook c1? Let's check the camera.
It seems so, right?
This looks like he's missed it.
Oops.
Oof, he has missed it. Yeah, you can see his face.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our final day of the round robin section of the Legends of Chess event. It's been a fantastic tournament so far, and today we decide who are the 4 semi-finalists. It's going to be goodbye for 6 players and 4 go through. Before we start, let's just rewind our memories and refresh our memories actually about how the tour has gone so far. So we started the $1 million Magnus Carlsen chess tour started with the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, which was won by Magnus Carlsen. I know, ridiculous, but he's just too good. He's just too good, but not unbeatable, because in the Linderus Abbey Rapid, in a sensational semi-finals, Hikaru Nakamura beat Magnus Carlsen, qualified for the finals with Daniel Dubov, won the second leg of the Magnus Carlsen chess tour. We went on to the Chessable Masters, which was basically Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri literally willing the universe to do what they wanted and what all of us wanted. We had an epic final between the two where Magnus Carlsen stole the show. And now here we are at the Legends of Chess, the very last day of the round robin stage, where it's been an each play each with 4 games consisting of a match in case they're played on a rapid format with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if it's been a tie, we've seen the games go into an Armageddon. For the semifinals, the format remains pretty much the same, but the difference is that it's going to be a best of 3. So we're still going to have 4-game mini matches played every day, but it's going to be over a course of 3 days as a best of 3. And the big change is going to be that before we go on to an Armageddon, we are going to have 2 games of blitz, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. A lot of you have been asking, how are the colors for the Armageddon picked? And just to tell you the format first for the Armageddon, white gets an extra minute, so he gets time odds, but black gets result odds, which means if it's a draw, then black goes through. All right. Yes. So how are the colors picked for the Armageddon? In the preliminary stages, the colors were decided by the seeding. So there was a drawing of lots, and those who picked 1 to 5 got the opportunity to decide their color for the Armageddon. But in the knockout stages, it's going to be decided on where they finished in this round robin. So it is important to qualify, but also to see what placing you get. The pairings are going to be the one who finishes first, which is going to be Magnus Carlsen. He cannot be caught up. So it's going to be 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3. Talking about the semifinals, let's take a look at the current standings and what the situation is. All right. So Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Anish Giri have confirmed their spot, sealed the deal there. These 3 have qualified for the semifinals. The last spot, the fight is between Peter Svidler and Vladimir Kramnik. Peter Svidler looking solid in his race to the semis. And this is the situation. So if Vlad has an outside chance of qualifying, what he needs to do today is not going to be easy. 1, he needs to beat Magnus Carlsen in the rapid portion of today's match. Armageddon only gets him 2 points, and that's not going to be enough. So he needs to score 3 points to take over Peter Svidler and catch up with Anish with 15 points. That's not all. Peter Svidler needs to lose to Anish for Vlad to win in that case. Yes, but first task up ahead against Vlad is going to be his matchup against Magnus and trying to score that win. Let's just go back to the standings for a second. Yeah, and the other players, Vasyl Ivanchuk, what a win he had yesterday against Anish Giri. He's shown tremendous creative play here, but unfortunately, he does not have a shot to qualify. Been an absolute disastrous of a tournament for Vishy Anand and Dingleren, and we can see in the scoreboard that even though the 2 are tied with Peter Lecco, but I think Peter still has disappointing tournament for Peter as well. But there's been some solace in the quality of chess that he's played. He's had several Armageddons. He has won several games. But for Vishy Anand and Dingleren, this has been a disaster of an event. The only good news is that it ends for them today. All right, let's take a look at the matchups for the day. We've got Boris up against Jan. Jan has confirmed his spot in the semis, so it's going to be an all-out play for him. But that's just Jan in every game. Semis or not. Dingleren playing Peter Lecco again. These two are at the bottom of the rankings currently, so not a very important match in terms of the qualification. Vasil Ivanchuk against Vishwanathan Anand, a match of two legends. Yes, no chance of qualification, but that match promises to be very exciting. One, the main reason being that Vasil has always shown that regardless of what's the tournament situation, regardless of what's the match situation, he has indeed always gone for an extremely exciting and combative chess. Peter Svidler against Anish Giri, a very important match. I think for Anish as well, because if he finishes fourth, in case he loses to Peter, and let's say Peter leapfrogs Anish finishes fourth, he meets Magnus Carlsen in the semis. I'm not sure if that's a scenario he's looking forward to. He has to play Magnus at some point, but I think the idea would be to try and meet him in the finals. Peter Svidler looking good right now to qualify, but like I said, if Vlad does win against Magnus in the rapid portion and Peter goes down to Anish in the rapid portion, that would mean Peter gets kicked out, Vlad comes in. So lots of exciting chess going on today, and tomorrow we're going to have a break day before we resume back to the semis. Of course, Jan and Judith will be joining us shortly. Simple a quick reminder that you've got 48 hours to book your spot for a simul against the world champion. Another big opportunity organized by chess24. The world champion Magnus Carlsen will be giving a simul to all of you who either extend or buy a 2-year membership plan. It's a guaranteed spot in the final, and do it now. You have to register before 31st July to book that spot. The other big hot drop has been in our store with these lovely mugs of some very not so lovely individuals, or at least not so lovely individuals over the board. Off the board, they're all great. And we not only with the legends, but also there's Team Millennials. So you can pick whatever you want. Have a look at our store. Some great stuff going on there. What else I got for you? Yes, my favorite part. So I've been hanging out with you, watching all the chess with Jan, Sasha, and Judith, but also having some fun conversations on Twitter with you guys. So let's take a look at what you had to say about the event so far. All right, so we got Kanak saying, today is a special day. My two favorite players going to play against each other, legend versus legend. Legend versus legend indeed. And I think this is what is so special about this tournament. Even though Vishy is at the bottom of the table, of the ranking, still every time he plays, it's a lot of fans, his entire, well, all of India pretty much rooting for him, waiting to see him come back into action. And of course, watching Vasil is always a pleasure. Let's move on. We also had Texas Chess Association. Lawrence, it was great seeing you in the chat for Chess Legends, hoping for a repeat. Lawrence, if you're watching it, you've got to come back. We need you here. All right, let's move on. And we had Eric writing in, today, this brilliant legend will face Magnus Carlsen. Indeed, a big, big task ahead of Vlad. It's going to be a bit disappointing if Vlad doesn't make it, because he's also had a phenomenal tournament. So it's basically going to be, so we've got 3 of the Chessable Masters semi-finalists who are already in, and the fight is between one of these legends, Vlad and Peter. So something to rejoice for all those who've been supporting Team Legend, because this has been a very, very difficult tournament. All right, even though he retired, he still shows his love for chess and did a terrific, yes, indeed, a terrific tournament for Vlad so far. Played brilliantly, whether it's Peter or Vladimir Kramnik, who makes it into the semifinals, we are in for a thrilling ride. All right, next one up. And Fuxia writing in his interview with Chess24, Ivanchuk said he doesn't regret that he never was world champion, because that's still possible. What a game he had yesterday with Anish, and he won that match in a brilliantly played Armageddon. Even Magnus Carlsen was superbly impressed, and it was the first Armageddon won by a legend over a millennial in this tournament. It was not about flagging that Armageddon. You know, this has been one of the arguments that's been up here. about the role of the clock over the quality of chess. That Armageddon was pure class by Ivanchuk. Anish Giri, by going into the Armageddon, secured that 1 point to seal the deal to qualify for the semis. All right, let's move on. Grandmaster Jonathan Tistel writing in with, at the risk of sounding overly wishy-washy, I have to confess, I really enjoyed the day's glut of online rapid chess. Jonathan, yesterday was just tremendous chess. I think it was such a treat for us with the broadcast, the commentary by Jan and Judith and Sasha was mind-blowing. And the games that we got to see over the board, 3 world-class Armageddons, fighting chess all along. And I think Jonathan in a previous tweet had expressed that he's been really enjoying the overall quality of play, but it's also heartbreaking to see that how it kind of sometimes tends to get destroyed because of the time situation. And then chess just kind of crumbles to the pressure of the clock. And I totally feel your pain on that, Jonathan. And I think I couldn't agree more. Yesterday was all about, the chess was the winner of yesterday's yesterday. All right, let's move on. And we had Anton. And the best background book award goes to Svidler. Great to see Jasper Fjord and Sora. Wow, Anton. I mean, firstly, like major points for noticing that book in the background. I don't know how you did it, but we all know that Peter's got amazing taste, incredible taste in literature, in music, in arts, really. But not so much in sports. I mean, he likes cricket, so I'm not really sure about his taste in sports. But yes, Peter is into a lot of classics and literature, and this is something he discussed. Great job spotting that book back there, though. I would not have noticed it. All right, and what else we got? Wow, there is just so much going on Twitter, and I just feel like it's amazing how much love you guys have shown for this entire broadcast and this event and the tour. So thank you for that. Keep that coming in using the hashtag #ChessLegends. Also, I've been noticing that in some of the tweets you've tagged me, but not used the hashtag. You don't need to tag me. You need to use the hashtag. Otherwise, I won't be able to find the tweet. So please just keep doing that. But use the hashtag #ChessLegends. I am Partha saying, wow, Magnus, wow, what an Armageddon, this show. Oh my God, what was that Armageddon against Jan? I think the whole match was just sensational. It was epic. But that Armageddon just shows that the world champion truly in every time format, he's just on his A game. I mean, I'm actually not sure if they can make pre-moves, and I'm going to ask my producer that right now, if pre-moves are allowed. But I don't think, I would doubt that they are. I mean, he made something like 20 moves in 7 seconds. Okay, I do have confirmation that they can pre-move in the Armageddon. So that's quite interesting. And which means that he played so, I don't even know how he did it. And all like it was pointed out, all that practice that he's been having in his bullet play and against some of the world's best, it really paid off, because Jan Nepomniachtchi is not an easy guy to beat when you're low on the clock playing the Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen, probably the only guy who was able to do that. And let's move on to Kilo Romeo, and he's saying, as rightly said by Judith and Alexander, it's just a mouse game. That's what Chess Legends needs to do to win against modern mice. Be quick and just as random as possible, getting a touchscreen. You know what? I'm not really sure about that. I think, yes, definitely when it comes, the rapid games having a 10-second increment and the time format, I think that is definitely, I would say 95% chess class. You know, it's only at the very, very end. And maybe, you know, you've got increment there. So there, it's just all about chess. Yes, when it comes to Armageddon, you have to look at it as almost like a new variant, like a new format born out of our situation, out of online, the boom of online chess, and out of just everything that's happening around us. This is an esport now. And to be able to play the Armageddon is almost like it requires these different skills from over the board or from normal blitz. So it's really a test by fire of how quickly you play, but balancing that out with how well you play. And I think that balance has been tilting towards the younger guys because they're kind of like the computer generation, but I don't think it's a complete mouse game. Armageddon, definitely yes, more than the Rapid. All right, what else we got? What an incredible demonstration of, sorry, 1 second. What an incredible demonstration of bullet skills. Yes, absolutely, Carsten. I think this was just unbelievable. What Magnus did in that Armageddon is something that if you missed it, if anybody missed it, go down and watch that action replay of all of it. Just 1 second. So yeah, so definitely go and watch that action of the Armageddon that we had. Let's move on to the next one. The games are about to kick off in a bit. Andre, with the games of Ivanchuk have been such a joy to watch. Yes, it doesn't matter if Vasil qualifies or not. He has been pure joy to watch. I think his creativity, and like I was saying, I actually read this somewhere that it was Judit Polgar who was asked who are the three geniuses, and her list was literally Vishy Anand, Magnus Carlsen, and Vasil Ivanchuk. And I think we've seen Vasil truly express on the board the joy that he gets with playing. And all of us, somewhere in our hearts, have secretly been rooting for Vasil to make it in this event. Makes it or not, he's impressed us tremendously. All right. And the strongest player of the mid-19th century writing into us, he has taken the Twitter world by storm. Howard Staunton, the glory of the young heroes of the chess field ought not to make us forgetful of that of veterans. Howard, very well said. I think the glory of the young heroes is only born out of the legacy that's left behind by these veterans. And that is what the Legends of Chess tournament is all about. All right, let's move on. Even though I'm disappointed that Anish lost, I'm glad that at least one legend won the Armageddon. Yes, we were talking about this. I mean, this is just, it was amazing. And I think a lot of people who, even Anish supporters and fans, wrote to us saying the exact same thing, that just watching Vasil Ivanchuk win that Armageddon felt just brilliant, because it's not easy to do what he pulled off against Anish, who has been playing just world-class chess, just absolutely incredible over the board, I think. And this is something that Magnus had pointed out in his interview, that Anish has been improving really, really fast. And we saw him come into the finals in the Chessable Masters. Here, he's into the semifinals. Vasil, brilliant job yesterday in the Armageddon. All right, let's move on. And I see this, another one by Jonathan. And in fact, just in time, because I see Judith has joined us on the broadcast. And Jonathan says, fantastic answer from Judith regarding the mindset and expectation and their effect on women's chess ceiling. And let's keep this tweet on the screen. Judith, welcome.
Hi, I'm very happy to be here today.
We not more happy than we are to have you here, and we cannot wait to get the action started. But Judith, just yesterday you shared something so insightful about how girls are actually brought up with the idea that, you know, the aim is to become the women world champion, but never to become the world champion. And that kind of puts a border, it confines them to, or builds a ceiling, like Jonathan mentioned. And you have been the one to shatter that glass ceiling in many, many ways. And of course, you mentioned that had a lot to do with your upbringing and how chess was at home. Judith, we're going to be talking a lot about that in this show, because as usual, I cannot wait to chat with you perhaps during the breaks. But going into today's round, do you think that, what are the chances? And I do see Jan is with us as well, so I want to hear this from Jan as well. What do you think are the chances of Vladimir Kramnik being able to leapfrog and take the semifinal spot? He's got to beat Magnus Carlsen, and Peter's got to lose to Anish. What do you think? Is that a possibility?
First of all, I believe that obviously Vladimir is not thinking about what other factors has to be happening in order for him to be qualifying. He's suffered from yesterday's games match, and I think probably he didn't sleep well. But I'm pretty sure that he's mentally and in every way he's prepared, and it's really challenging for him that to play against Magnus and still give it a shot. And he knows exactly how difficult it is to beat Magnus, even if you're in your best. And not to talk about him that he's kind of retired already, but I'm sure that he's going to give all in, not necessarily only because to qualify, but to show that he still has his lion teeth.
We can't wait for that matchup to start, and we do have liftoff. Jan, welcome to the show. Over to you. Take the floor.
Thanks, Sonia. Hi, everybody. I cannot wait either, although math-wise, it's hard to see anyone really making these semifinals that is not called Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Giri, or Svidler. Judit, I think that Vladimir Kramnik would have to win in the regular rapid portion against Magnus, and Svidler would have to lose in the regular rapid portion for Kramnik to overtake Svidler. It's going to be tough, right?
Well, absolutely. I think Vladimir will focus on his games, and it would be great accomplishment if he could win the 4-game mini match against Magnus. I don't think he would mind too much not qualifying if he can make the victory in this match.
Yeah. Also, one thing we know about Magnus, even if he's already locked into first, he's not going to be giving away any points to Vladimir. He always wants to win at everything.
Absolutely. And it's in some ways, it's even easier to play, right? When you won already the event and you qualified. But it is one of the trademarks, I think, of top players that usually you see, even though they make a very high score and they are in the lead and nobody can catch them. Even then, they go for it and they want to win. I experienced this also once against Kasparov, and in Vaikanze, he won already the tournament. He had a point and a half ahead, and still in the last round, we had a tough game.
Any other matchups you're looking forward to today? Ivanchuk Anand, maybe?
That is a kind of nice retro match, right? It's like first time I think they've played maybe 30 years ago, maybe 35. I think they played in the junior in World Championship back in '89. So they were both, I think, similar age groups.
Yeah, must have been a while. Like at the very least around 1991, they were both already breaking into the very top.
Okay,
I'm not sure what happened in the juniors. Yeah.
Later. So what do we see here?
In this game, what do we have? It's the Ragozin, very fashionable opening nowadays, played regularly by Vichy. But Ivanchuk, as usual, likes to go his own way a little bit and plays the move a3 here. Not what they usually do. They usually either take or go bishop g5 or queen a4.
Queen a4, queen b3. I was playing this with the black pieces myself a short time.
Yeah, it's a very, very trendy opening. We've seen, for example, Magnus Carlsen over the course of these last events try literally every move against his queen a4, cd, bishop f4, bishop g5. He had one funny game where he played bishop g5, h6, bishop d2, short castles, and g4.
Yeah. When I was seeing this again, I thought, I mean, it's quite impressive. I'm not sure. Is it for classical game too, you think?
And first of all, I don't think black is forced to castle after his bishop g5, h6, bishop d2, like any move, knight bd7 or c5.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure g4 works, but it was fun to see while it lasted. Ivanchuk, though, he plays this move a3, sort of saying, this is a bluff. You don't really want to give me your bishop. And Vichy takes on c4. I guess c5 is an option too. Pawn to e3. Very greedy. Queen d5. He just wants to keep his pawn. Do you like that move?
Well, it's clear that he wants to keep the pawn, and b5 was probably not the move he would be looking forward, because a4 and bishop a3. And after c6, bishop a3, this is what he wanted to avoid, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after the game move, queen d5, knight d2.
Yeah, looks very logical.
Or also possible, maybe, what do you think about a4 immediately?
Yeah, I was wondering. Same idea, bishop a3, so black has to castle.
And after that, knight d2.
Ah, you start with this yet?
Or knight e5, optionally.
Not sure.
Though still, bishop c4 is not possible because the g2 pawn is hanging.
Maybe some quiet move like b6, and then, I don't know.
Yeah, then bishop e2 looks very strong.
Yeah, too complicated already.
Yeah, this would give some trouble for black.
Let's see what Ivanchuk comes up with. But once again, he's managed to give us a fairly non-standard position after 7 moves. He's got this gift to play normal-looking moves, but still not quite the main line, so it's always something we've never seen before.
Knight d2 was played, b5. Ah, but after b5, bishop e2.
Mm-hmm. You would have to go c6, yeah?
a4.
Uh-huh.
Seems to be very, very dangerous. A takes
Castle's
b5,
maybe.
and you cannot take with the pawn back.
So what's your
Well,
point?
probably after knight d2 just castles, right? Yeah. Or c5 eventually. So if knight c4, black goes b6. But even now, bishop e2 can be difficult. But no, bishop e2, bishop a6.
Ah, bishop a6 is better.
Yeah. And as we know, exchange sacrifices always happen here. Even c6 first, possible.
This looks horrible for
No,
white.
this would be paradise for black.
Unlikely to
Too
happen.
nice to be true.
Let's have a look around what's happening in our 2 key matches. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. He's playing this, what do you call this, gioco pianissimo, the slow Italian. You must have done this quite a bit, no?
Yeah. It's going to be a long game. And the better wins.
Yeah. Nowadays, a lot of people prefer this move a4 to the more classical bishop b3, keeping this option to grab some space with b4 and a5. Magnus has, of course, done this with both colors. Knight to f1, rook to e8. It's always this little debate if white can do without h3. Sorry?
To play h3 or not to play h3 yet, right?
Yeah, if you can do without it, if there's a more useful move, but it's never so clear because h3 is quite decent. But I believe Magnus might have played something like b4 in a similar position in the past, trying to do without it.
No, but actually, yeah. Yeah, it's a question whether he wants to go b4 or maybe knight g3 and to possibly play d4, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is a typical thing. There's knight g3, black plays bishop e6, takes d4, and it's always a question if d5 equalizes move by move or if white can ask a question here. I believe
usually white is playing for something very small advantage. No, it's more of having a middle game, and somehow Magnus has all the self-confidence that he will simply outplay the opponent, right?
I've been surprised, frankly, that these very slow setups, they've been so fashionable for 3-4 years now at the highest levels. I always thought at some point black will have figured out the precise move order and will just be equal. But they just keep coming and coming.
Yes, but if you think about it, these systems became fashionable because there's so much theory in the concrete lines, in the Rai Lopez or other things.
Yeah, it's Kramnik's fault.
Okay, not to talk about the Berlin. Yeah. Especially if you play against Vladimir, there is a great chance that you end up having this position on the board after move 3.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday that he made you and Kasparov as well quit the King's Indian. Now he's made everybody quit the Ruy Lopez as well. He's just destroying openings.
Yeah. I don't think that in 2000, when he was playing this system, worked out against Kasparov, that he thought that he's going to be paralyzing the whole chess elite playing 3 bishop b5.
Yeah.
But actually it's happening, right?
He's had such an influence, all joking aside, not just the Berlin, not just the King's Indian, but also with white, we see the Catalan is still very much en vogue. That's what he brought to the table. The Petrov was still used by Caruana in the last World Championship match. So he's had a tremendous imprint on very modern top-level chess.
Yes.
Peter, how's Peter Svidler doing? This line I don't know very well. G3, C6, knight F3. It's like some reversed Alapino. What do you call this?
Okay.
I think usually they play knight C2 here, but E3 we've also seen. I don't know very much.
Well, E3 is logical, right? Next move, knight C3.
Yeah. Bishop C5, knight C3. Queen E5.
Queen E5, keeping protected the E4 pawn.
Pawn to D3 takes, queen takes.
Okay, so white developed. Black is kind of fine.
Looks okay for black, no? Like long term, maybe white could hope to get these pawns rolling, but with all this pressure on the center, hard to see that happening.
Yeah, knight E2 happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop B6, queen C, now C5 is a threat. Queen C2, and I guess white's want to play B3, bishop B2, or bishop D2, bishop C3.
Yeah, what should black do?
Well, the question is, how is he going to develop with his bishop on C8, right? Is he going to go to G4 and develop, or he's going to move with his knight first?
I was going to suggest queen H5, bishop H3, but then I realized knight F4, that would not be a very bright idea. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe knight A6 to leave options open.
I guess I would go bishop D2.
Yeah. Actually, it looks nice for white.
Yeah, for the moment, it looks not so easy to make harmony between black's pieces. Seems like for white, he has the pieces in the more or less in the right place.
Peter, remember, all you need is 1 point. If you make it to the Armageddon, you're good. I don't think the players will do this, but there was this famous football match some time ago, Germany-Austria, where they would both qualify if they made a 0-0. Do these things happen in chess, you think? They could make 4 draws and they both qualify?
Some more modification is needed, right?
Yeah. And there's added incentive, as we're being told, that if Peter wins this match, he also avoids Magnus in the semifinals, which I guess is something.
Well, that's also a tempting target, right? Tempting to achieve that.
Not sure.
But anyway, I don't think he's thinking too much of that. 4 games is too much to make all kind of tactics like that.
Also, it's stuff for the commentators to speculate about. No, these guys are just thinking about, well, what move to play.
So knight A6 is in the board on the board.
Boom. I know my Anish.
Yeah, it's logical that black wants to keep the option for the bishop to develop to D7 or G4, but definitely somewhere. For now, B3 is not possible due to C5. Is that correct? I think so.
No, bishop d2 looked very normal. No stopping knight b4, heading
Maybe
for the
black
c3.
might be going knight c5, aiming to play knight e4 to centralize. And bishop c3. White is threatening knight c6. And
This
maybe
would be
black.
painful.
Maybe black just goes back queen e7. Somehow I want to keep my eye on the e4 square. Bishop b4 is interesting, but then I go a5, bishop a3, and probably back to e5 with the queen.
You've tricked my bishop into oblivion.
Yeah, your bishop, and now you can play actually b3.
Finally, yeah, that's true.
Little dancing with the bishop, right?
Yeah. We'll see if the guys are that creative. Let's look at some nice classical central chess. Boris Gelfand.
Okay. Some good old Grunfeld.
Boris must have been annoyed to see that game yesterday where Magnus won against Nepomniachtchi with his system from the 90s.
Yes.
Because Boris has switched to this more modern setup, or these days fashionable setup. Of course, it's old as well. Some theory debate. This is what
Knight
they
a5,
call
right? Yeah, bishop
Seville
f7.
variation.
Oh, I was playing that. And
you
back
follow that match?
Karpov-Kasparov matches, you remember?
Yeah, I was going to ask, in 1987, you were following probably already.
Yeah, I was following with my sister Sophia and my sister Susan also.
How did you get the moves back then? That was before internet, of course.
Of course. But on television, we had the summary. And even on the Russian, Soviet television, we could follow it live. So that was really exciting.
No Seville variation this time. Nepomniachtchi plays bishop d7. This is also what Svidler recommended in his video series. He was explaining to me there was some smart reason why you provoke f3. Some line is bishop. It's important that it's undefended, but I can't recall where. I think some queen a5 and some queen a3 was hitting it somewhere. I don't know.
White seems to have a very strong center. It's kind of tempting to play it from the white side to me.
Yeah. Black has not been able to break it. He's trying with b5. I don't understand these positions. They always look bad for black. Sometimes the center crumbles.
Yeah, now white has to be, after that, bishop b5 can be very strong.
Boris takes, I guess, bishop.
What about playing a4? Is that crazy? It's crazy, yeah. No.
Which position, sorry?
Bishop b5.
Yeah.
Queen d2. Probably bishop e2 takes. And c4 is not possible due to bishop b6. Though maybe queen f4. Bishop d8. Bishop d4, king h1, rook d8, queen c4, rook c4, bishop e5, g3. Well, some compensation, but still it's an exchange, right?
Yeah. King is not too bad now, going to g2.
Yeah.
Can black just try to give this pawn and open the position somehow? Some e6 is a move.
I'd be taking on c5 with the rook, I guess.
I was afraid so. With the rook, yeah?
Yeah.
I should leave the pawn sacrifices to you. Like, I have no idea how to follow up. I'm just worried.
Well, I guess rook takes c8, rook takes c8, and what about knight d4?
ED just e5, eh?
Well, that's one of the tempting moves, but also knight takes b5 and queen d5 I would be thinking of.
Still a pawn up.
Well, pawn is a pawn. And there is another one hanging.
All right, Nepomniachtchi.
Maybe
Still
bishop,
thinking.
what about bishop e2 and queen a7? And my idea is to go bishop d4, but maybe it's over optimistic. Queen c4, right? And then after bishop d4 takes, queen c8. Maybe d3 check we could make as intermediate move after queen c8.
Ah, sorry. But
Yeah,
queen
I know.
c5.
Sorry, yeah, queen c5 then. Okay, but it's not so simple, or is it? Is it just winning, or what is that?
I don't know. I'm
seems to
scared.
be annoying,
d3, queen e3, like this counterplay, no?
Yeah, maybe king f2 and king f3. Queen d4 and f5. Yeah, it's kind of not so simple. But we have in the game played c4. Yeah, these pawns, it's always a question whether is it going to be a weak pawn or is going to be a queen pawn eventually. A dangerous passed pawn.
c4 looks a little sad, no? With his bishop on b5, some bishop d4.
Well, bishop d4 looks very tempting to be played. But in such a position, maybe e5 now?
Take it.
Takes. Knight c3.
And we hope this bishop on b5 is not doing much.
So what else we can do with black instead of e5?
I was wondering if this works at all, but probably.
Yeah, of course, we all want to get rid of that pawn, so to open up the bishop diagonal, but I think rook c3.
Something.
Bishop takes g7 and king g7, right? Queen d4 check. Rook c8. No, actually not rook c8, maybe rook c1. Rook bc1 was possible.
Ah, that's nice. The knight can't be taken, and if takes, knight takes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and if rook c3, knight c3, rook c8. But still, it...
Still a little loose, but it feels like we're fishing.
Well, there are always some counterplay, I guess, for black, but I'm not sure c3 is possible. But white did not allow that. Knight c3, which is kind of logical, to be honest, to blockade the c4 pawn and have the b5 bishop, which is not very active and well placed here.
b8.
It looks very beautiful for white. It's about the time to play e5, no?
So now
At least it's very
e5,
tempting.
f6 played.
d6. Queen d5 check. Goes out. e6.
I don't know.
I'm not sure d6 is the right move, but it's very tempting, these kind of tactics.
So many options here for white. Knight d5, queen d5.
Yeah, knight d5, queen f7, right?
Yeah.
Well, even that is kind of very unpleasant if e takes f6, takes, and bishop d4. Black goes queen f5 probably. Yeah, somewhere bishop a1 maybe.
Looks very dangerous.
Well, it's kind of scary, yeah. Though here probably, no. Well, yeah, it's kind of tricky for black. Well, of course, d6 is something I think Boris is calculating, but because after e6, f5, bishop d4, let's say.
Also looks unpleasant, actually.
Well, the b5 bishop is upsetting from black side, I guess. So after all, I think knight c3 was a good choice.
Very classical too, no? He's just
blockading just in case.
Yeah.
And limit the opportunities and tactical tricks. It's a very safe move. But actually, Gelfand is very much down on time. He has almost half of the time what Ian has.
It's hard to avoid against Nepomniachtchi. He's so fast. No, everyone's down on time. He beat Magnus Carlsen the other day in game 4, finishing with more time than what he started the game with. He had 15:05, as Sasha pointed out at the end of the game. All right, which game do you want to see?
Let's see how things... Actually, let's take a look how Ding is playing. We haven't seen too much of that game yet. Just to take a glance, what is he up to? It's also an Italian, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the new Ding, playing 1e4, playing all the openings, which I'm sure will be a great thing for him long term. But this tournament has not gone well. He has no chance.
Well, probably from already for a few days, he's aiming to finish the tournament and forget it, right?
Yeah. No, we've done a lot of
unfortunately, we all have such a tournament in our career.
Yeah, and as Sasha also mentioned yesterday, it must be incredibly hard to play with his internet VPN connection issues if you never know if you will get disqualified from the game because of a disconnection. Must be very hard for him. So I'm sure he'll be back.
It's not a nice experience for sure.
As for the position, some isolated pawn. Who's better and why?
Well, I guess knight comes to c5. Yeah, that's what happened in the next move. At first sight, I would rather play it with white, to be honest. I mean, white is much more developed, right?
He goes knight e6, exchanging this bishop.
Well, white is definitely playing for initiative, I guess. That d4 pawn can never be taken, can it?
Let's see.
It's hard to believe. Takes, bishop b4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he could not take it yet, at least, and went back knight d5, right?
Leko under pressure. I have a somewhat off-topic question for you that's been debated a lot in the chat the other days. We were discussing the greatest Hungarian players ever. Now, obviously, your name comes up, Peter Leko's name comes up. How do you rate some of these historic figures that I know nothing about? Do you know stuff about, I don't even know, Marozzi, these kind of people?
Well, we had Marozzi, of course. He was the most famous one. But we had Barca, for example. He was an excellent endgame. specialist. I remember actually Susan was going to him back many years ago, like 35 or something years ago. Even I visited him, but he was already very old at that time. He was very respected. Of course, we had Banco, who was also a great, not only chess player, but also fascinating personality. He just passed away last year. And we had Ban. He was also pretty good. And so we had a huge history, and of course later on we had a huge generation of Portes, Sachs, Ribley, Adorian, and even the second line was pretty strong. Like there were quite a few strong players, like Josef Horvat. Those were maybe later, Chom and others, Bilek. We had a huge history and a great tradition. And I always say that in Hungarian sport in general, I think chess is definitely in the top 3 most successful sports, as we have in the last more than 100 years always had players in the top 10, and even almost fighting for the title, but definitely a top 10 player. Then Leko was there, of course, for a long time, Almashi. So we had some pretty good generations. And now we have Richie Rapport, who is a top 20 player, and he's a great talent. But after that, we cannot be as proud as we were in the last 100 years. But still, you can find talents, not such a talents that you would expect them to be in the top 10 or top 20. But still, chess is a respected sport in Hungary, definitely.
Would you say there's something like a Hungarian school of chess? I understand everyone's different. When I think of Hungarian players, there's this prototype a bit like Leko, who are incredibly well prepared, incredibly well educated, incredibly good in endgames, very hard to beat. Sometimes you could argue too solid for their own good. And there's many other such guys. But then there are also players like you and Rapport who are almost the opposite. What's going on there?
But I think you can find different characters, different players, different styles in every country on different level. But indeed, we had unfortunately somehow there was an image what foreigners like to say, that Hungarians is kind of drawing people, except me for some time. And it's in some ways it was true. In many players, they were more solid and they didn't mind to make a draw, and even many of them were kind of famous for making short draws, so they were not having that fighting spirit. And it's true, but not a guy who wants to make short draws or even who wants to make draws. And I was, of course, always a fighter. Very strongly, I was not aiming for draws, but even later on, I had a few draws, I remember. And but yeah, it's true that Hungarian players had this image. But if you think about it, some of the great players, even Ribley had this image a little bit later on, but he was a top 10 player for many years. But Sachs Gyula was also very famous, top 10 player. He was also very, very good. He was the fighter. He was the tactical. He was someone who was not ready for a compromise by any means. So he was definitely one of the persons who represented the attacking chess and the combinations. When I was little, like 8, 9, 10 years old, I remember traveling a few tournaments with him. And it was great to experience and analyze some games with him. Wow, things are happening in the meantime.
Yeah. Alexander Grishuk has also arrived in the meantime. Welcome. What's going on?
Yeah, hi Jan, hi Judit. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So we have a last round, and although 4 qualifying spots are more or less secured. Still, we have a battle for third place. Peter Svidler has to beat Anish, and I think it does. I don't know what happens if he wins in Armageddon, but if he wins without, then he's definitely third. And it's important because third place avoids Magnus in the semi-final.
Different level of goals, right, in a tournament in this system. First to qualify. Once you are very close to qualifying, then how to avoid Magnus in the next stage.
Yes, yes.
Of course, it can be crucial. That's true.
How's Peter doing? Is he winning a pawn?
Peter was pressing, yes, more or less the whole game.
Well, knight fd7, knight c8. Or b4. I don't know if b4 was possible move before instead of knight c8. That's also tempting. Knight d3. Bishop takes b6. Takes and a3.
Yeah, e3, and if c5, we have b5 maybe, I don't know, or bc5, or...
It looks quite stressful for black.
Yeah, definitely.
b4, knight d3 is on the board.
Yeah, I wonder how did Magnus trick Vladimir so easily in the opening. He managed to get a theoretical position without playing h3, which in the structure they got is a completely useless move. So he got an extra tempi, and also he didn't weaken his king side. I think maybe Vladimir mixed up the move order because...
Yeah, okay, there's h6 stops bishop g5 systems, but sometimes you allow white to play without h3. Well, if you start with castles,
yeah,
it's harder because then there's always this stuff.
Or you can start with bishop a7.
Yeah.
So it was strange because then what they got is a usual position, but white managed to get it without h3, and then everything worked basically to perfection for Magnus because he met knight on g6 with g3, and now it's becomes obvious that h3 is absolutely useless and only would weaken the king side slightly. So, and then he played typical moves, and
this idea we've seen quite a bit in this tournament already in this structure. It's d5, c4, d4, knight jumps.
But actually very nice play by Magnus. Slowly but surely he's just, with every move he's increasing the pressure and advantage. That's a nice move.
What is this? Tactics. Takes, yeah?
Takes. Rook c7. What is it? Knight b6, knight e3.
Either, no? It's always a check.
But Vladimir did not take it.
He went queen c7.
Played king c7.
Cashing in.
Yeah, king on h7 does not look good. Having some check.
no, I guess he will play rook ad8 now, yeah? I don't know. Or maybe not, or maybe it's a stupid move. Maybe knight g6, just to step away from the check, to block the check.
Oof.
I don't know how obvious is that now. I'm not so proud of this knight d4, c6, take a5 maneuver. Maybe it's good, but I don't know. It just looked like white was completely dominating, and this knight would go to f5, and another knight will go to d6, and it will be just massacre. But now I don't know.
And black played knight g6. Actually, it is interesting that black is somehow getting out of the passive situation. If
The
queen
knight still needs to
f3,
make it
you
back
just
somehow.
go rook d8.
Sorry, which move?
If queen f3, black just goes rook d8, right? And the white knights are kind of tied to each other. But maybe white just goes rook c1.
And if queen f3, can I take on a5?
Ah, okay. Though, yeah, that's still hanging. But what about rook a5, rook d5?
Then I thought I will take on a4 at the end.
Takes a4, rook e8.
Queen c4.
Oops, sorry.
Ooh.
That I didn't mean to give that away.
It's like LeBron James blocking Iguodala from behind. Reference for 4 people.
Okay, so after knight g6, white should be smart.
Yeah, and Magnus is taking 2 minutes to trying to be smart. He now caught...
But they went down in time a lot, wow.
Magnus
he
has...
caught Vladimir, and they both have 40 seconds, so okay, there might be some chances for Vladimir.
h4.
I don't know what to do now. Aha, so he takes. I guess now...
Takes.
Aha,
E1 is
takes.
hanging.
So if
Yeah.
h5, knight can go
H5,
to e5.
Knight
Okay,
e5.
knight e5, then maybe
Ah,
if
then
take e5.
takes.
No, but then queen e1 in the end.
And queen e4.
Yeah, so... And Magnus starts to think again, so he didn't work this one through. Queen d3.
But
So
now knight b6.
I guess he just wants queen f5 or b1.
Ah, yeah, then queen f5, queen f5, rook d5.
Oh.
Knight b6 played.
So I guess...
No, I think something, Magnus got confused with something here.
But
This
maybe
was
it's still very good for
meant.
him. Maybe it works.
Kramnik down to seconds. Took on d1. Rook takes. h5 is a threat. You go h5, yeah?
5. Queen f5,
H5,
king
queen f5.
h6.
h5 played.
h6.
Rook d4. What's that about?
Oh, that's a deep move.
Queen
Queen
c3.
c3. Queen d1 maybe.
Wow. Such harmony.
But queen d1, king h6. Or queen c5 also possible.
Rook d6, what is he doing? Knight c4 now?
The little
no.
engine bar is jumping all over the place. Does not like rook d6.
What about knight a4? Queen d1 is double attack. That's the idea.
Let's c4.
Queen e5 is a good spot.
Black is fine, no? Coordinated.
Seems like. And also, if he's in time to like get his queen to e4 and play knight e5, he might just win. So it's double-edged, completely double-edged.
Rook d7 played.
B6. Yeah.
Queen d1.
Threatening rook d5 maybe.
Queen f5. Yeah.
Queen f5 is a nice
good.
move. Making space for his knight. Actually, now it's dangerous for white.
Magnus starts bailout operations with queen d3.
Oh,
D3.
Vladimir.
Yeah, the rook is hanging there.
So much drama.
Tension is high. You can see on the players' faces, right?
1-0. With 4 seconds, Magnus makes a move.
Stakes are mediocre, but tension is very high. Magnus offering to repeat moves.
I don't know how, but I think Vladimir will decline. Maybe
He will
even
move.
by
He will sack the h5 pawn, no? Or just
Queen e6.
queen e6.
but queen e6,
Queen d5 is possible.
Anyway, yeah.
Queen d1 played. Queen f5 draw.
So
Oof.
okay, but you said what happens if Vladimir wins without Armageddon and Peter loses without Armageddon?
No, it's true. There is still a chance. Like if Kramnik wins in 4 and Peter loses in 4, Kramnik makes the semifinals. So there are some stakes.
Okay, what happened? Peter
Svidler
drew.
did not manage. Yeah. We missed Vichy versus Anand, but they also drew. Vichy versus Anand, sorry. Ivanchuk
Yeah,
versus Anand.
Chucky.
Losing my mind. And we still have Gelfand, Nepomniachtchi, and Ding Liren.
Okay, so it's completely winning for Jan. Yeah.
Took some pawns. Dr. Ding is also winning.
Must be, but this
very
one,
much
okay, at least.
How it
At
seems
least.
so, also on time.
Yeah, this one. Winning.
How do you do it? Just f6?
Can't you go just knight f4? Doing
Luckily,
it the
I
safe
learned
way.
the rule of the square the other day.
Oh my God. This was too much. Sorry. No, f6 seems to be better.
Looks
good, no? What do you do?
No, f6, I don't know. There is always even knight f6 some. I mean, then this one is probably winning, but sometimes such positions are drawn.
Well, this is a draw, no?
Like this, yeah.
Or before even.
No, but you could go h4 before, I think.
Ah, yeah, h4. And I
h4 here, and then you take a knight g3.
No, and important that before you play knight d5 check. No, knight d5. No, knight h5 maybe also wins.
Well, that, yeah, it
Also
wins
not losing.
both ways.
But they have this position. Isn't this a draw, king h4?
Maybe not, because the knight from d3 will be very fast, yeah, to mate. Yeah, it's like a perfect spot.
Let's see if they play it out. The king will go to h8, and then knight e5,
still, you
b2,
have to be careful with white. But it's going to be good, yeah. King goes to g6 and knight e5.
Suat Atalik in the chat, he's saying knight c6 takes a5 looked totally wrong by Carlsen. Kramnik was in trouble before that. Was a sitting duck before that.
Yeah, it was interesting actually that
I would take the pawn.
But maybe Magnus underestimated queen c7, no? I'm not sure he was calculating it all the way. I mean, then it was... I mean, after knight g6, black suddenly had a great piece play.
So round number 1 has concluded. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi beating Boris Gelfand with the black pieces.
And he didn't have a good position.
Yeah,
this was the position where we considered that it's shaky.
He had a terrible one. Yeah, and apparently in Magnus' game, instead of knight c6, knight f5 is +4. I just looked the engine. So yeah, what we said, just the most natural move is just +4 collapse.
Ding wins against Leko. Ivanchuk Anand draw. Svidler Giri draw. Carlsen Kramnik draw. As mentioned, we will bring in Tanya, and I think Judit will stay around for more questioning and update on social media. See you guys for the next round.
Thank you, Jan. Indeed, an incredible round, and good to see that Vlad has recovered from his loss yesterday. It's very important to keep the momentum, and he had a difficult start in today's game, but the fact that he was able to neutralize that and in the end even have some advantage, I think it's a big confidence boost to be able to hold the first game, because as we all know that Vladimir Kramnik indeed needs to win this match in the rapid portion to have any shot at qualifying for the semis. We do have Judit with us for this break, so of course we're going to make most of it. Lots of questions coming in from all of you for Judit. Judit, thank you for staying with us. Before we start with the questions, just your thoughts about the first round?
Well, this was very exciting with the Magnus game against Vladimir, as Magnus really outplayed Vladimir from starting move 16, 17 up to knight c6, which is 27. So in those 10 moves, he was really pressing from move to move, exemplary. And then it was so interesting that knight c6, which we thought at first that it might be killing, actually it won a pawn, but gave counter chances for Vladimir, which he took immediately, this opportunity here, knight c6. And it seems like it was over-optimistic, because after queen c7, knight a5, somehow the two knights of Magnus was misplayed, and the pawn was not so important anymore in this position. And then I think Magnus is kind of happy that he saved the game at the end, because it was very dangerous already that Vladimir will win the game, but he could not make it that one. But it was a nice save by Vladimir. So that was a nice game. I thought that Jan had difficulties after the opening. It was very tempting for white, but then we could not follow because we were following the Magnus's game, but it was very, very dangerous, very unpleasant around move after f6, move 23. this is where we stopped analyzing it and we discussed it, what happened in the game d6. But generally speaking, black's bishops are not so exemplary powerful as you would expect from bishop pairs. But I think here it was very dangerous. But we know that Ian is a kind of player that who has, in many occasions or quite a few occasions, dangerous position, shaky things. Yeah, here, well, black is a pawn up, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's clear that he was waiting for playing for a win. So generally, Ian is always someone who, no matter how dangerous position he is in, he's going to be kicking and he's going to come up with interesting creative ideas and will give a difficult time for the opponent. And of course, the time factor is always part of it, especially in these rapid games.
You know, Judith, sorry, Judith, I think this was a very interesting ending that we had. And I want to show our viewers how it's really lost for black, because you and Jan showed this incredible idea, but it didn't happen in the game. That white is just in time with mating black. Can you take us through why this is winning for white?
Yeah, if let's say black is just doing nothing, but yeah, like this king f5, let's say not king e6 blundering the pawn, but going king g6, then white will be going king g4, king h6, h5, you go back, king g5, king g7, h6, king g6, and then after here you can go h7 or knight e5 first, doesn't matter. h7, king h8, and then knight e5, b2, knight f7, checkmate.
So this is really interesting also because this is pretty much the last square that the knight has to block the b pawn. In case the pawn is on b2 and the knight is defending it from d2, it's just not in time.
Yes, then it would be a draw, but actually he had many different ways also to win the game. It was only the way, probably not the simplest, and there were simpler ways, but it seemed like what we've seen out of the game, that it was kind of a balanced game by Ding. I mean, when he had the bishop pair in the middle game, it was clear that he's the one who is pressing.
Right.
But here it was exchanged already, but here the rook is on the 7th, which is extremely powerful, right?
An all-out convincing game by Ding, no, in this round. It's a pity that Ding is he won yesterday, and this he played really well today as well. But it is a bit late for the Chinese superstar to make a run for the semi-final spot. Now, Judith, you know, this event, of course, one of the big themes in this event is the whole how multi-generational it is, and you've got the legends of the previous generation playing against, well, the legends of today. We received a very, very interesting video, Judith, of yours when you were just 13 years old. Let's try and have that video play first. And you know, it's just incredible to see that with the demonstration board at the back being handled, you know, manually. And now here we are with 2D chess being played by these multi-generational participants. And thank you for sending that, Jürgen. And Judith, the question is, do you remember this game? And what was your experience in a setting like this?
Yeah, it was kind of funny to see this video. If I'm right, this was played in the TV studio in Cologne. Probably it was 1809, if I remember well.
You're right.
And I'm not sure. Maybe it was a draw, and I qualified this way for the year after because it was a yearly show, and it was a rapid game. And black passes on to the next year's TV show, I think. And the year after, I played against Knack, where I played a very spectacular game that I remember better. But actually, we were playing in a glass caged bottom like that, and there was an audience outside who was listening Helmut Fleger in the German television. And so it was live event. Of course, it looks kind of funny from nowadays to see this classical demonstration board, but it was a live event actually.
You know, Judith, it's like amazing to see this with you and how with you right now, and just how warm your personality is, and how much you're you know, you can see the happiness and the joy while talking about chess. And then we see this 13-year-old Judith who looks extremely ferocious. You had already made a grandmaster norm by then, no?
Actually, I think this was still before, because I made the Grandmaster norm in the summer of July or August in Amsterdam. And I think this was somewhere in the spring, this event. So I was already quite strong. I had my rating 25-55 or something like that. So it was clear that Eric had to take me seriously there. But I think only a little bit later, a few months later, I made my first GM norm.
Your first GM norm when you were 13, a grandmaster when you were 15, and the only woman in the history of chess to have entered the world top 10. It just incredible achievements, and it keeps bringing me back to what we were discussing earlier, Judith, about you being the only one to have done that, to have been in the world top 10, to have qualified in the world championship cycle, to have played it, breaking just all gender barriers. You are that example who has motivated an entire generation, and you've often credited your upbringing and your parents for what you have achieved. And I want to ask you a little bit about this, Judith. Your father was an educational psychologist, and this age-old debate of, you know, nature versus nurture. Are you born with it, or do you become it? Can a world-class player be made, or is talent everything? And I think your father always wanted to prove that geniuses are not born but made. Now, when you look back at it, how do you see that? How do you also believe in that? Just, I don't know, share your insights about this whole nature versus nurture debate and the experience, the first-hand experience that you had with it.
It's a question which I get pretty regularly, and I get questions on email and everywhere. It's always a question and a debate, I think, and everybody's looking at it from their own perspective, own experience. For me, the way I was growing up, I was already number 3 in the family. Both of my sisters played chess by the time I started to play chess. And it was something very natural to grow up this way, not to go to school, being homeschooled and focusing on chess. And it was something, talent, I think, is important, but without work and dedication and perseverance and passion towards what you're doing, it's most of the time it goes to waste. Of course, there are some exceptions where talent, even if they don't get the most perfect fit for their training and opportunities, they can still be very exceptional players. But for sure, would be much higher if they would have a structured, planned schedule. And I never thought that I'm a genius or anything like that. I thought, of course, quality matters a lot, how you train and what you train, and but also quantity matters, to be honest. So my tactical visual on the chessboard, I'm quite convinced that I have it because I was spending so many thousands of hours solving tactical puzzles or studies or all kind of tactical themes. And this made me possible to do the things what I was doing on the chessboard. And of course, when you're successful in those things, you're even more want to do the same thing, and you go on that direction. So talent is important, but without the dedication and hard work and opportunities to get, then I think it's 99% it goes to waste. And it can be also very bitter feeling for some talents. I know that some talents believe, oh, I will do things by being a talent. and being talented, but then you feel the frustration that you could have such a big opportunities and you were not putting in the hours and the hard work into that.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, definitely. Like they say that talent gets you only so far, but magic happens when talent is combined with hard work. Judith, now whenever there's a super tournament, an elite tournament, you've got these top 10 players and we see them play against each other constantly. When you were in the world top 10, when you were one of the best players in the world, you were also playing in this sort of an elite group, playing these close tournaments with these best players in the world, fighting it out for the top places, winning so many super tournaments. I want to know, because we haven't seen that in our time. What was that feeling like? Was there a lot of extra attention because you were a woman player, a lot of publicity around that factor? Did that come in, or was the focus only on the strength of play?
Of course, I was looked at with strange eyes when I got into the top level competitions, which was I started to play against the top grandmasters, let's say top 30, top 40, when I was about 16, 17. That then already I was playing on those tournaments. It took time until they got used to me because it was kind of strange being the only girl. And then later, woman, I grow up, and also even some people said that okay, you're talented and you're so special when you're a kid, but watch out that when you grow up and you're adult, you have to prove it, not only being good for your age, but you have to be good for your profession. And well, I took the challenges, but then later on, I remember one of the nicest compliments I think I was receiving from Vichy later around 2000 or something, that in an interview she was telling that she's one of us when the journalist was trying to figure out that where is my place in the chess elite. So they got used to me after a while, and they were accepting that I'm one of them, which was a great feeling that I was working for many years. But also I had some funny stories, like when I was playing in Linares, I think it was still 2001, or maybe it was before, maybe it was 97, when obviously most of the guys used to it when they go to a tournament and the bathrooms are separated for the chess players, so the audience cannot be going to those bathrooms. And so the guys, when they play in a tournament, if there is not enough bathroom for the guys, they just enter into the ladies, right? And then one of these occasions, I found myself by going into the bathroom, and suddenly Gary was standing in front of me. So it was kind of, there were some funny scenes like that, and but eventually everybody knew who has to go to which one. So I mean, it was kind of interesting and also strange that I was playing in many tournaments there, especially there were events in Spain. They had many events there. And it happened that out of the 10 players, maybe in another tournament also, we are 4 or 5 or 6 players are the same. So it's always, this isn't always an issue, I think, generally speaking. But for example, I think it was very nice that I think Magnus was the person, the first world champion for a long time, or maybe ever, I don't know exactly, who started to play in open tournaments, and giving the opportunity to be with him in one room and to other players who are not on the top level to see him play. And while I was not playing really on open events, and not really the top players were playing in open events, because in those times, the top players were expecting invitations, and mostly or almost 100% we were playing a round robin event, which means that you can prepare and you can be focused and you have your mindset already that you're going to play exactly against those players. And nowadays, it's interesting when Magnus or other top players like Isle of Man or some events, you have like really lots of great players, and even the top players are playing. But I think this is always an issue in for every generation, that from organizers' point of view, they want to have the best players, right? And even if they cannot get all of them, they get some of them, and then some of the players are playing always on the top tournaments.
I love it. I can even imagine. I mean, I can't imagine the feeling, you know, like you mentioned, that it was a special moment when Vishy Anand said that she's one of us. Because a lot of times what happens is that, you know, it's always like she's an extremely strong woman player. But to have that validation from your colleagues, from your competitors, it does feel like you've crossed that boundary. And now it comes to your strength of play. And also, Judith, very nice point about, yes, Magnus playing in open events, and now all these strong grandmasters playing in a lot of these events which are happening. I think one of the reasons for that is that the general conditions have improved as well for open events, and the prize money has improved, the organization has improved. From your perspective, as having been one of the world's best players, and now from a spectator point of view, what's more exciting to watch, an elite event where, you know, you've got a group of guys playing against each other, or the uncertainty and unpredictability of an open?
Well, now with the online life, I think it's absolutely the top guys is the greatest entertainment, but it's not only the games, but also the circumstances which is possible to follow on the top platforms. Also here, of course, chess24. It's already, you get an entertainment, you get lots of information and background stories and interviews with the players. So those things, I think, can be very exciting for the viewers. And but of course, there are some great players who are not necessarily the top 10 players, and they can be also very interesting. Their games can be interesting, and also some interesting personality as well. But I think it's very important when there is an event going on, whether there is a 2650 player or 2700 or 2800, to see the depths and the nice ideas behind it. And if there is a good coverage about it, I think it can be the same entertaining.
Right, agree. We can't wait for over the board chess and open events and classical events to take off. But for now, we've got our second game of the day taking off. So I am going to pass it on to Jan and Judith and Sasha, hopefully to blow our mind with some more chess. I'll see you in a bit.
See you.
Thanks, Tanya. And I'm not sure if it's mind-blowing, but Jan Nepomniachtchi has played 2a3.
Yeah, I was wondering if they are just making jadoops and it's a mistake, but actually it's online, right? So it can be only a mouse slip, but with AI, you never know. Oops.
Yeah, it's unlikely mouse slip unless you want a 2a4 or maybe 2 knight a3, which people also play. But no, I think someone even wrote a book about this 2a3. No, like it had some point. Don't ask me what it is.
I was never considering here a3, to tell you the truth.
No, this continues. G6, bishop c4. The bishop already has a great square on a2. I was hoping for b4, bishop g7, c3, but apparently not. Jan is really
G6,
feeling creative.
G6 was a prophylactical move. Okay, h4.
Of course.
Well, this is completely the last 10 decades of chess, no? I mean, it is really developed in the last 10 years. I mean, this would be impossible to see something similar to this 10, 15 years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say this is either like 150 years ago or in the last 5 years. In between, people didn't do this.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough.
H4. We have Sasha coming back, who will explain that this is a
Boris. I think Ian wants to confuse Boris's preparation, which he probably did. I see Alexander smile, seeing the diagram position.
Yeah, it's always not so bad, but never so good. I mean, I think you. Always knight f6 is a good. First of all, h4, h5, this inclusion doesn't really favor white, but knight f6 is always good. e5, knight h5. it's like, you know, very greatly improved version of what and this is even this is not completely bad for black, but
Well, okay,
when
this
you have
what you
h4
just showed
played,
before, it was Magnus who played it once, I think, 2014 Olympiad.
He plays it in blitz all the time. He likes to.
Okay.
He wants to have it called the Norwegian rat. This knight of 6, e5, knight h5.
I see.
He played against Adams, but it didn't go so well.
but why does he want it to be called a rat? I mean, rat is not the most pleasant animal.
I don't know. Maybe he feels differently.
Okay.
E6 played and knight c3. H5, d5. He didn't want to.
So is Boris going to play h5 eventually or no?
No, but actually now it's a very reasonable line, because the line exists like first move c4, e5, g3, let's say, knight c6, bishop g2, knight c5, knight c3, d6, e3, h5, and it's actually absolutely normal line. It has been played by Vichy and many other strong players. Or maybe it's a6, knight g2, h5. Yeah, maybe it's a6, knight g2, h5.
I think the trick is they wait for knight e2, yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Smart
So,
move.
oh, yeah, you are right. So a6, knight g2, h5. So now white got this position, so he has a tempo up because he's white. And so, yeah, now I would say his position is quite promising. No, I mean, it's very fighting, interesting position.
Interesting stuff by Nepomniachtchi. Let's have a look at...
It looks completely fine for black, no?
Which one? The
H5
one?
doesn't seem to be dangerous. Okay, let's see something else.
Kramnik, Carlsen, what's going on here?
Kramnik sticks to 1e4.
This line I know, but usually they play queen d3 here, no? Or is that, am I mixing something up?
Yeah, they used to play, it was a big line, but I think black managed to diffuse it completely with some timely queen b6. So this one is some new approach by Vladimir, but let's see what's actually the point of this.
By the way, is it news that Magnus plays Najdorf? I'm sure he's done it, but it's not so often, no?
No, actually for quite some time he was playing it, but then he stopped again. I mean, okay, he was playing it when he was working with Giri, then he stopped for many years, and recently he started to play it again, and then he stopped again. So, yeah, it seems like, I mean, I'm pretty sure about what he doesn't like, but of course I'm not going to say. I mean, I understand why he doesn't play it more often.
You can tell us, we won't tell anybody.
No, but basically the lines that require phenomenal memory,
Yeah,
it's quite obvious.
All right, so what is this? Equal?
Well, it's a quite unusual way of playing with bishop g4 and exchanging the bishop there.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe some Indian computers, they like it for white. Because for me it looks very strange, especially knight on b3 lacks perspectives. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not going to be too dangerous. Seems like somehow black has a great game, no? Black goes queen e8, queen f7, rook f8.
No, maybe okay. Let's play rook d3. I guess it's a
rook d3
useful
is...
move. So, and then my point was that if you play queen c7, I wanted to play rook g3 and just hustle there. Okay, it's nothing special still, but I mean the point was rook g6, queen h3. That was my main point. And if rook h6, I take on h6 probably. So that was my main idea. Even, I mean, after queen h3, you probably can go rook f6, and I don't have anything better than repeating, but at least I can repeat. And if rook d3, you go to e8 or f8, maybe I can hustle with some knight a5, I don't know. Although there is knight c5. I don't know, knight c5, rook g3 now. So, no, just because, okay, I mean, it's not like white has some kind of plan or piece set up, so I think he just should try to attack some pawns to avoid the...
But actually, after rook d3, black can start with rook g6.
Yeah, sure.
And then, actually, white should be going back with his queen probably to e2.
So,
And now black goes queen c7.
no, rook g3, at least I will, I don't know, exchange your active rook. I don't know. So Vladimir has something else in mind,
Knight.
but I don't know what is it.
Let's have a look at the other games.
Yeah.
Giri versus Svidler, the other match that could still be relevant for the final four. Good old Grunfeld debate. Svidler decides not to go queen a5 here, exchange queens, but plays knight c6, bishop f5. Is this the line where they used to play queen a4, queen a5, queen b3?
I think so, and all those games, Magnus against me, Aronian MVL.
But Giri, always well prepared, plays a3.
Well, he wants to go rook c1.
Yeah. So the pawn is not hanging.
And I need to take a kindergarten break, so hopefully Vladimir's idea was not a kindergarten one, and it was very serious. So stay tuned.
I don't know. What about knight a5?
I don't know. It looks like Peter ran into some preparation. He spent 8 minutes, or he still has 8 minutes left, while Anish still has 16. Knight a5, I don't know. Queen a4 maybe?
Yeah, and knight b3 is not possible due to bishop c4, or no? Because rook c4 and bishop d3 is possible after that. Or b5. b5 even better.
Yeah. But maybe I can just be boring and take on c8 and a7, yeah?
Maybe knight c1.
Oof. Always troubles with you.
Bishop d1. Okay, white has a pawn up, right? And if bishop d3, then rook e1. That's just the pawn up, it seems. No, it's not so clear. Maybe bishop a6 and knight d3 threats.
Yeah. Let's see what happened. He played queen to a2.
And bishop d3. Isn't knight d4 possible here? No, because e takes d4, and after rook c1, bishop c1. Okay. Yes.
We take a pawn.
Bishop takes and rook c5. And e6 is not possible because bishop d6, I think, and rook c6 next.
White wins. Looks unpleasant, no? Also queen b1 or whatever. Like, yeah.
Yeah, this
Svidler.
looks like an interesting idea. So bishop d7 was played. Still, black is aiming to capture the a3 pawn.
So greedy. If rook c3, we can take here. Yeah.
Yes, it seems so. Rook c8, knight f3, and bishop c8. Yeah, this would be very nice for black.
Probably Anish will spot that. If he wants to keep his pawn, he can play rook
But I
a1.
think Anish is ready to give up his pawn. That's
He had to start thinking, probably at bishop d7. First time is to start taking time. He looks very focused.
yeah, it's a question, how is he going to move on? What about rook b1? Probably knight a5, but then the e5 square is going to be unpleasant. Knight e5, for example. Because I think if after rook b1 you would be going b6, then bishop a6 is unpleasant.
Yeah.
And then d5 or...
Rook doesn't have any good squares. Yeah.
yeah. That can be unpleasant there.
I was wondering if you can just take.
Takes rook b7.
It's also not great. Maybe it's not the end of the world, but white should be better.
What about just h3? Ah, no,
Yeah, I want to
h3
take
takes and the
and-
d3 bishop is hanging. Sorry about that.
Here,
No,
e5
then...
whatever.
no, that was not my plan to have this ruined pawn structure.
Yeah, no, I guess bishop e4 or something. Maybe white is a little better, but maybe it's not much. All right, Anish will figure it out. Let's do a quick tour.
How Nepo is doing? They have some
I don't know.
funny middle game, I
Yes.
must say. Okay.
Bishop b1 and d3.
Very
is probably ideal.
strange piece set up for white. Look at the two passive bishops. Isn't black just better? I mean, I think after bishop e6 is also better for black, no?
Yeah, Carlsen
Or-
just castles. Should be 6.
Castles, yeah, good enough. It
Knight
looks
d5, maybe
very
some
nice.
Looks great for Boris.
Yeah. Okay, so what about...
Leko Ding. Not a lot of fireworks yet. The typical Italian 4 knights middle
only the
game.
queen on a6 looks kind of strange. It's normally standing on c7, d7, e7, somewhere there, right?
Yeah. There was this Ding line. Yeah, this line Ding likes to play where the queen goes to a7 early on.
I'd like sometimes to go this queen b8, queen a7 in the King's Indian.
King's Indian. How do you clear the way? There are all these
Well,
pieces.
you go for the main line, and then how was it? It was bishop e3, bishop g5. Which line was that? Maybe the Averbach, maybe bishop g5 somehow.
I'll just make up some
I
position.
think something like h6 and bishop h4. Well, just the structure for it, right? And then queen b8. And then
Okay.
sometimes I was just playing h5, bishop h6, bishop e3. And then I was controlling. I had a game like this
Got it.
against Shirov once. Yeah, somehow, I don't know how already I exchanged the bishop on f2b, like bishop e3 check, and bishop f2 takes, and queen b8 or something.
Yeah.
Queen a7. And very rarely it worked, I think. But generally, of course, in a King's Indian, you don't aim for to have your queen on a7.
So generally, queen on the rim is not great.
But now he wants to take on e4 and knight d3, queen d3 or queen c4. Queen d3, I guess.
All right, let's call it roughly equal.
How Magnus is doing, or Ivanchuk? We haven't seen the Chuki and Vichy game.
This was long theory. Oh, knight b7. I never liked that move. It exists. There are some games here.
Yeah, but eventually it comes to e6, right? And
It
still
made
he
it
wants
work,
to go
yeah.
c5. Yeah. Yeah, now the question is how to continue with white. Playing e5. Knight h5, I guess. Yeah, g3.
Double-edged. I never understand. Is f5 a deep move here, or am I asking?
I think I would capture on f6 and knight d2.
Yeah.
Yeah, open up. Play knight d4 next. Rook c1. Put pressure on c6. Well, or the other way is to take, not to play e5 earlier,
just to take,
but to take on d5. Probably knight takes d5. Takes with the pawn, and then queen a7 check and d4, or in some way or another to play d4.
More queen a7s. And Vichy's played option 3. He's got knight e2. Oh, maybe clever.
But okay, you go d takes e4, bishop f6, queen d1, and then, okay. But it's no big deal, right? The a3 pawn is just as weak as the c6.
Yeah, isn't black just fine? I can also go after
knight
this pawn.
g5 grabs the pawn. Well, yeah. Knight d4 possibly.
Yeah, feels like it should end peacefully somehow.
I'm not sure actually about knight g5. Maybe rook a7. What do you think?
It's probably better.
Because I just don't want to let white's knight to be very active. And if after rook d3, maybe rook a4, trying to attack on b4, rook b3, c5. And if knight c3, you go have knight rook b4. Or d4. Yeah, quite a few moves, which is unpleasant. Yeah. Nice move, knight d4.
My money's still on a draw and all this stuff eventually.
Actually, that's where they are heading to. Actually, black did not take on d1. Interesting why he keeps the tension. After fe4, what does he want to do? Play queen a7, queen e3 possibly? I'm not sure.
Fe plate.
Vichy is provoking black to go out of the queen exchange.
Yeah. I'm sure he will take. How's Mr. Magnus?
So who is better and why here?
I would say black is not worse. If better, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so. Black has optimal position for his pieces. Only the d7 knight could be improved. To c4, let's say. So maybe black can go bishop a7 and knight b6.
Magnus goes his own way. He goes knight f6.
Yeah, logical. Well, it's not that he has any threat yet.
No?
But the d2 knight is tied down now. Do you think Magnus plays for a win here?
I don't know. He would probably say he just plays. I don't think he would accept a draw, but that is just...
Will Vladimir play f3 eventually? Though I don't know where my knight will be going from d2, even though that now I don't have to be protecting the e4 anymore. It seems like I have not enough squares for my knights.
Yeah. Somehow I have to say, with the exception of Nepomniachtchi, in this round, the guys could provide a few more fireworks, no? Like yesterday, we had a little more action. Today, only this game is fun. The others, eh.
Well, but here I see there are some action non-stop.
That is true.
How is it? So it's one pawn for the exchange, but it looks pretty good for black. Queen d1 on the move, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me just show checkmate because I enjoy it. Don't want that.
Probably black goes queen b5, grabs another pawn, right? This looks really bad for white. And the h6 pawn will have the same destiny as the previous ones.
Nepomniachtchi just takes the bishop on f4. He goes rook d1.
Okay, this was a great decision, I guess. Yeah, queen f3, queen d4. No, queen f3, rook d4. Playing for survival.
Yeah, still looks dangerous.
If rook c8, then white goes d6, I guess, right?
You're saying there's no mate.
No, but after d6, queen h1 can be unpleasant. So king d2, queen c1 is possible. This looks dangerous for white quite a bit. No? So if queen h1, king e2, f3, king e3, queen h6, king f3.
What happened? I took with a queen on d4. He's allowing rook e8.
Queen d4, rook e8, king d2. Ooh.
Also threatening checkmate.
Ah, okay. Oops, then rook e8 is not possible. Then black has to go queen h1 and queen h6. Which after white goes d6, d7.
Yeah, all of this on the board.
Queen g7. Queen g7 is, I think, is a very strong move. Yeah, okay, but this should be lost for white, isn't it? King d3. Maybe king f6? King e4, king e6, king f4, rook d8.
This looks bad. 2 pawns here. It's game over. Maybe after queen g7 he wants to start with, I don't know, king d3. Does that make any sense? Not too thrilled either.
Rook d8.
Yeah. No, it's not great, is it?
Black played rook d8 immediately.
Mhm.
Okay, but this way I think king c2.
You want a queen g7 so he can't avoid the queen exchange so easily, right?
Well, queen b4 was possible, but somehow I think it's important to control the long diagonal for black. I mean, once he has his queen on that diagonal, he goes rook d8, queen I put to f6, and then start pushing pawns. Or queen e5. But okay, let's see how Napo is escaping here, because right now going to make d7. Ah, queen f6. It can be even more unpleasant.
If queen f8, then king c2.
Queen f8, king c2.
Mm.
And after rook d7, white can grab the pawn on f4. Yeah, after queen f8, king c2, rook d7.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi still fighting. Oh.
Well, he's one of the biggest fighters here.
So fast. What's Peter doing?
So how is that going?
Peter is suffering.
And he's trying, but it would be surprising if he could win this game, I guess. Though the rook bishop on h6 is very unpleasant, we have to admit that.
Yeah.
Maybe he went d5. I would have gone to maybe to a8, but maybe he wants to go to regroup it to e6.
I thought he was possibly afraid of some rook c1, rook c8 plan.
That's true. So that's why he wants to regroup it to e6.
Yeah.
Then maybe it can be dangerous.
Looks pretty bad now. If bishop e6, even if white just keeps the pawn for now. Pawn up, weak king. Some chances.
Well, rook d3 or something. Rook h4, bishop g5, let's say. Rook goes back. Or rook, rook goes to e4 or a4 back. And if bishop f6, rook f4.
This will be rough for Peter. Anish can torture him.
Yeah, it seems not so funny for black.
This king is so weak on the dark squares. Okay.
Actually, here even bishop d2 is possible, because king g7 is not much of a help for black. Bishop c3 check. So if white is really going to be controlling that diagonal with the rooks and the passed pawn, of course it can be a huge torture. Okay, so how things develop with Kramnik and Magnus?
It's heating up.
So we got a pawn exchange. The e5 pawn was exchanged for the f2 pawn. Well, it's not too promising for white. I don't like the knight on d2.
Where should we go? We take a knight f3 or something?
Takes a knight f3, right?
Yeah.
Or knight b3 is also possible. A knight d4 after the exchange. What about... yeah, immediately was not possible.
This looks at least fine for white now. I'm not sure if better, but
yeah,
worse.
It's not too bad.
Where's the action?
But I was expecting to take it back with the bishop, not with the rook.
Ah, sorry. Takes.
I would rather keep both rooks, I think, for black. And at some point, for example, after knight f3, maybe black can go b4. Well, takes, rook b7. If white would be grabbing a few times. Somehow e4, b4, b2 pawns can be very weak.
How's the clock situation? Ah, more or less equal. Both close to 4 minutes.
Well, actually, Giri will be giving a hard time for Svidler, I see. It's not going to be fun to play with this with black.
At least there's no longer direct mating attack.
The rook on a4 is very much out of play, and it will take a lot of time until it can come back through a7, d7.
Did you ever play Anish in a game over the board, or was he?
Yes, I played in Holland in the Hoogeveen. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly, but more or less.
Very good.
He was, I think, 14 or 15 at the time. That was the first event when I met him.
He's been around for quite a while as well. He's
Oops, f5, f5, blunder. Ah, no. f6 you have. After bishop f5, rook d6, f6. Yeah, I thought that black got in trouble, but no.
Peter Svidler focused, trying to earn his
Yeah,
Ministry
exchange of
Defense.
one rooks, it could help, I guess.
This happened. What's your point, Anish? Why did he give the pawn? Or did he think Peter had blundered as well?
Well, rook b5.
Okay. I guess we go back.
Rook b6. Yeah.
Black should hold.
Did he also blunder?
Could be, no? Like sometimes there are these
like
neutral.
I did, or what?
Because if not, why give the pawn yet?
And if takes, no, but then you have rook a6 also whenever bishop c3. But hold on. What about g4 on rook c8? Rook takes c5, bishop c5. G4. Rook c5 takes, ready to go with the bishop.
What's the problem? Let's
And if
say
bishop d4, rook
g4.
h3, rook f6, king h7, and king g8, and you save. Yeah,
Made it.
the game saved.
Peter, looking mildly, I don't know what that is. Optimistic?
Do you think Giri blundered f6?
I think he blundered the same trick, no? Because visually, it's what he mentioned. It looks like
Yeah,
you're cashing in, but somehow.
yeah.
Peter's already preparing his speech for how lucky he got in this game.
Okay, let's see what's going on with Vichy. I think their rook on b2 stands cool. Doubling on a2. This looks scary for white. Well, for now it's a draw, right? After rook a2, rook b8, rook b7. Perpetual.
Maybe that's what happens. Can white play for more? Rook g8.
Ah, that's a good try.
Hoping for some checkmate cheapos.
But you can go rook d2 with black. Rook
Yeah.
e2 might be even better to take the e5 pawn. Rook e2. Knight f6, rook e5, knight d5 check. Okay. Takes, b3. Rook b5, b2, rook b8.
Barely.
Yeah, but white is winning.
Ivanchuk goes b3.
h4, just in case to have a lift for the king on h2. Did he really play h6? What is it? It's a mutual Zugzwang or what?
And he's also trying to make
he wants
a future.
to sneak out king g8, king h7.
No.
Interesting. What happened with Nepo and Gelfand? Or they're still playing? Ah, they're still playing.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gelfand the pawn up, but Nepomniachtchi very centralized. Can he save this?
Yeah, king g7 is logical. So after h4, f5, you cannot be playing. And queen h4 not with check. Well, even there, black is better, but
Yeah.
of course, king g7 is a much better move. I think white is in a huge difficulty. King a3, or what is he planning to play? So after h4, still f5 would be tried out, I guess. Or no? Takes, queen h4, queen c5. No? Queen a1 check you have also. But queen a1, king b4. Ah, no, queen on f5, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering.
I thought my queen was on e5 for some reason.
This is pretty good now. Queen c5.
But king
Rook ending is
a2,
winning.
and after rook d6, queen h7 check. But of course, this also looks not much fun for white.
Nepomniachtchi should play queen c3. Trying to
Okay, so
activate.
h6, h4. Maybe he wants to go queen c8, and after h3, queen h8. So actually, it can be a good try. Though queen g4, queen h7, king e6, queen g8. No, I blundered here, I guess. No, this would be bad for black.
I'm
So
scared.
black
Okay.
cannot allow. Well, queen d5, I don't want to
Yeah.
try this.
At least this. How did we get here? Ah, queen c8.
Well, yeah, I allowed queen h8 for you. King g7 is a must, I guess.
Stop this. Nepomniachtchi is so tricky, even when in trouble. It's so hard to beat that guy.
He likes to give the opportunity for his opponent to make mistakes and go wrong. I see that Anand and Ivanchuk agreed to draw already. They simplified the position.
Bunch of
Just
draws.
as well, Peter and Ding
as well.
also.
And Anish after. Let's ask Sasha. Anish, did he blunder this f6 idea, or why did he go f5 check? What do you think?
I guess. I don't know. You need to see it with video just by his reaction. But
Missed it.
No, but okay, you wouldn't. I blundered it too when we were watching it here, and but obviously you have a pawn up, so you wouldn't give up the pawn.
Yeah.
He would go rook e5 or something, I guess.
Yeah, or even take on c8. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously he blundered. Yeah, I guess.
No, it was pretty painful, I think, for Giri not to play on this for another 40 moves.
Yes, yes.
Peter keeps working on his
It will
defensive
be.
reputation.
I don't know what happens if he loses a match 3-0 and Kramnik wins 3-0. Then they tie
Then
with
Kramnik overtakes him. Then Kramnik has one more point, no? But it's tie. So
let's see how Kramnik is doing. And actually, he's a pawn up. What has happened over there?
He's pawn up, but black can threaten mate in one, and he does.
And queen f3 is not possible to queen e5.
Yeah, I guess.
But okay, he can go rook d1 instead.
Rook d1, queen e5.
Ah, you have some tricky lines, Jan.
So he plays queen f3. So what happens after queen e5?
Queen b3, what Jan is showing us.
Aha.
that's on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So king h8 probably.
And then queen d5.
Wow.
All pieces to the center, like the
And then
Russians.
queen e1 again.
Queen, yeah.
But okay, the king on g4 stands just perfect, right?
And they are both slow on time. So, yeah, I guess it's very hard to. Maybe if white plays h5, black can just play h6. Yeah. Or, yeah, I don't believe he will win, but let's see. Let's see. I'm afraid he will blunder something because there is also queen f1 check, which actually I blundered.
I think
So-
here we should go king g4.
Maybe. But even then, queen f1.
Queen f1.
Okay, e5 is a practical choice. Okay, just
And
a
after
draw.
queen e5?
Just a draw. No, just a draw.
Ah.
No, he doesn't have a trick. Queen f1 played.
Maybe it's simpler. Yeah.
More checks, yeah?
I know he wants to check and take on e5 with the bishop.
Yeah, I guess if bishop e5, rook d8, queen f1, I think.
Yeah, it seems like a draw in by any means. In every
Okay,
case.
so Magnus tries to spice it up. So, but still a draw.
Nice mate after king, queen f1, king g4, h5. No,
Yeah.
h5, king h5, queen f5, knight g5, g6, and bishop g7.
Oh, actually white is a pawn down, but it's a draw. Yeah.
2 pawns down, no?
What happened? 2 pawns down. Oops. Ah, but now it's a bad corner, but still, this is a win, no?
But he cannot give it up. Wow,
But what has
fantastic!
happened?
How is it? How was it possible?
You were right. The tricks.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh. You know what you should draw? Knight f7, king g8, knight h6, knight f5, draw. Look at
Where's
that.
that?
Knight f7
yes,
check,
of course.
knight h6, and knight f5.
Yes, bravo.
It's beautiful.
Oh, king h8, knight f5. Oh.
Yeah, and he didn't find it.
Well, with 10 seconds or 20, probably I wouldn't be there in the game.
Great trap. Because here, no matter how many H pawns you have, you can never win.
Yeah, it's a pity.
This is why, you see, I like studies very much, and then it comes when I see something like that.
Well, now it's lost.
Yeah, now it's lost.
All right. Mr. Nepomniachtchi.
I guess
Well,
he is lost.
He's also lost. White is not making too well today, or at least here.
Yeah, he is completely lost. He has no active ideas.
Well, of course, he will not give up.
What do you want to see? The Carlsen technique or the Gelfand technique?
Well, in Gelfand game, I think anything can happen still.
Okay, let's
Here,
stay there.
I don't know if how much drawing chances Vlad has. Some he has.
But I think they even had a very similar endgame, but it was maybe bishop against bishop. Carlsen had also bad bishop, but two extra pawns, and also he won. So.
But actually, maybe he's gonna save it. Look at that. He's gonna save it. No.
Wow.
Well, knight g3.
Knight g3.
King f7 blunder, no?
It's not very careful, no? This is the only idea White has.
But I think it's a draw after h4.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be. Yeah, I will be very surprised if it's not. Unbelievable. Okay, so we have a match.
Well, Magnus's face tells it all, I think.
Wow.
But okay, let's face it, it's a fair result, right? To make a draw in this game.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But from this position, maybe not. Was this winning for Black? We're sure, right? If you're patient.
Yeah, I'm sure. I read it in some books.
Probably it should be, no? Bishop e5 and then bring the king. Or bishop e7. Maybe bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7. I was worried the same nonsense. King h6 here.
King h6. Knight e4, let's say. Maybe the position only wins once the black pawns reaches the 4th rank. Maybe not. Maybe black has to keep his bishop on the b8 h2 diagonal. That's how he should stop the move knight g3. Maybe that's the secret. So here, place some. Okay.
But maybe just play bishop e5 and then bring the king.
Okay, king g5.
Okay, but it was, I thought you had king on h3. King h4, maybe bishop f4.
King h3, and you just go king f7, king f5.
Yes.
That'll do it.
But nothing is so simple.
Yeah, it's
What's going on with Ian?
Yeah, it's not so simple, yeah.
King f8.
Jan going for the last tricks.
Rook g3, yeah?
How does black win?
Well, it's not fun to have 8 seconds in such a position.
No, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I completely agree. Queen b8.
So if king d5, then
Rook d3.
king c4.
Ah, okay. You give
Beautiful.
me. So king d5. Yeah,
So
king
he
d5
plays
is
it.
good.
He plays it with 7 seconds left. So he has 4 extra pawns. And Vladimir made a draw meanwhile. So okay, so we can concentrate on this game. So queen g6, or queen g8.
Queen f7, no?
Queen f7, then.
Or rook f.
No, I like king d4. I like.
Rook h3.
Oh. Queen g7. I think once I promote, I will win. So Jan plays rook e1.
Rook e1.
Okay, king d3 looks nice.
Wow, rook
Rook
g7.
g7 I would not play, but so he just promotes.
He just wants to promote. Queen a2, g1, queen d2, king c4. No, queen a2 was very strong.
So
No?
why?
No, rook
g1?
g3 and queen c6, queen d2.
So queen
Yeah.
b8, I guess g1 now.
Yeah, g1. Queen f4 check. King. Okay, but here it's over.
I think white had nice chance to give not queen a7 check, because of course this queen endgame is completely hopeless, but to give queen b6 check. And if black doesn't pay attention and moves his king, white takes on f6. I think it's a great chance, especially online.
Especially online when you have your mouse on your king moving, right?
Yeah.
I see, Alexander, you played already a lot, so you know all the practical chances.
Veteran instincts.
It's incredible how resilient chess players are, getting immediately, figuring out all the opportunities.
Jan's running out here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this is hard not to win for Boris, I think. Queen e8 check and h2.
No.
Or h2. He went h2 first. Okay.
Game still going?
Actually, maybe it's not so simple with no time. Because white king is very nicely protected from checks. So Boris pins the b pawn, so to ensure it doesn't march forward, and prepares queen e4, I guess. And if queen g6, he will just march with his king to maybe h3 or somewhere.
Boris Gelfand about to equalize this match against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
But I think with half a minute against computer, it will be still very difficult to win, because he will never blunder like losing in 2 moves, and so you will need to keep coming up with precise moves, or at least with decent moves. So now Nepomniachtchi blunders b5, queen a1, check.
Yeah, because queen b6, queen d4, queen g1.
Yeah, so he loses by force.
And Boris sees it and plays it.
Is this it? Yep. Nepomniachtchi looks amused.
Okay, so some great excitement in this round.
Was some drama? Let's have a look at results and standings. Magnus Carlsen, he won't be very pleased with how this game ended. Draws against Kramnik. 1-1. Then Peter Svidler versus Anish Giri, also 1-1, which means for our semifinals, if Kramnik wins one of the next 2 games, doesn't lose one, and Giri does the same thing, Kramnik can still make the semifinals, but Peter Svidler remains favorite. Ivanchuk Anand 1-1, Ding ahead against Peter Leko 1.5. We missed the action there, can look at it now. And Gelfand Nepomniachtchi tied at 1-1. Actually, looking at the final position, maybe we didn't miss that much action in Leko Ding, no?
Yeah, also they have nothing at stake, so
No. All right, then the games will resume in 10 minutes. That gives us a chance to bring in Tanya Sachdev to ask her about everything we need to know about the state of the world today.
Yeah, and the state of the world is brilliant. Just watching this has given, I think, all of us so much excitement in a difficult, challenging time. And for me, the very, very exciting moment of this round 2 has to be, I'm just going to pull it up. It was from Vlad's game against Magnus Carlsen. What an epic save that was. And it was around, just give me a moment. I am just trying to pull it up because we have to take a look at this. All right, so around here, and this moment, which Judit just found in seconds. I think this blew my mind. Of course, Vlad was down on the clock, had to make a move fast, but he missed this stunning trick, which actually finishes the game instantly. Would have been a draw here. Here, Vlad went knight e6, but instead of that, found by the strongest female player of all times, literally in seconds. Knight f7 check, king has to go to g8, and now knight h6 check, taking advantage of the fact that the h1 square and the dark squared bishop are wrong. It's a wrong colored square. If you take on h6, all white has to do is put the king on h1 and just be around this square, and that's it. Black cannot win this position. The only way to continue for black, of course, is to go king f8, and after king f8, just knight f5, and such a pretty tactic because now it hits the bishop, it hits the pawn on g7. You either take the pawn on g7 or after g5, again, get this ending, which is a draw. I think this was absolutely incredible, Jan, and we had social media, we had Twitter going crazy about it as well. So let's pull that up. We heard from Walid, and with Judith finding this stunning tactic, Walid said queen is indeed the strongest chess piece for a reason. The queen here is, of course, none other than Judit Polgar. All right, let's move on. And in that same spirit, at that moment, we heard from Agad Mehta. Antonio wrote to us. Antonio himself is a big legend. Shout out to Antonio for all that he does for the game. Judith, OP. So I learned, a lot of you might be concerned, what is OP? I actually learned about it recently myself. So OP is YouTube lingo for overpowered, which means basically awesome. And I think this is time for YouTube to go crazy with Judith OP. So that's what I want to see on YouTube. Thank you, Antonio, for writing in. Completely agree with that. Let's move on. Daniel, the simul sounds like great reason for me to finally join. Is there any information? Daniel, thank you so much for writing in and for considering to go premium. It's a great way to support all that you see, the tour, whatever chess24 is doing for chess. And if you're enjoying it, definitely consider it. The simul is one of the other big reasons. You can, if you go premium for 2 years or buy or extend your membership to 2 years, you guarantee your spot in the simul against the world champion. And I have a little bit of info on this. So the first simul is going to happen on the 7th of August. You have to book your spot for the simul against Magnus Carlsen, you have to buy or extend your membership to a 2-year plan before the 31st of July. And Daniel, you were asking me about the time control. I was able to get some info on that as well. It is going to be a 30 minutes with a 30-second increment. So I think that's a very it's a very nice format because, it's not super fast play. So a lot of you will be actually able to think and give the world champion a tough fight. The first simul is going to happen again on 7th August. And because we've basically been getting so many entries for this that there are going to be multiple simuls depending on the numbers we get. That would be finalized when it happens. But the first one is going to be on the 7th of August. Do not forget that you need to extend your membership before the 31st of July. All right, let's see what else you guys had to say on Twitter. We have a world champion who is superhuman. He looks bored when he's beating his rivals. His parents must have foreseen this. Magnus, indeed. I think undoubtedly we all know the support system that Magnus's family has been to Magnus Carlsen. And I think that's his core foundation for everything that he's achieved in the chess world. His father, Henrik Carlsen, you see him everywhere. In fact, whenever I played in Reykjavik, Henrik plays there as well himself now. He's been with the world champion, his sisters, his mother. Definitely, I think there's been a huge role that his family's played. He does look a little disheveled when he comes on the webcam. I have to say it's pretty different from what we've seen him in over-the-board chess. But it might look like he's just woken up, but the way he plays, it doesn't feel like that at all. Full energy, full fighting spirit, and playing every game till the very end. All right, let's move on. So happy to see great Judith on the show. This was again, I think, one of the tweets that we received on that little study-like tactic that Judith found. Thank you, Rick, for writing in. Before we move forward with the standings, because I'm being told that the games are about to start soon, let's take a look at the current standings in the event. All right, so Magnus Carlsen is confirmed off the first spot, even if Jan Nepomniachtchi does catch him. If Magnus loses and Jan wins in the rapid portion, because in their individual encounter, Magnus beat Jan, he wins on tiebreak. Anish, Peter, it's a very exciting match going on and a very important one for standings because Vlad needs to win his game. And if Peter loses to Anish in the rapid portion, Vlad, in fact, jumps over and grabs that 4th spot. Also an update for you guys about the final 4 for the very last event of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, which will take place in August. I think it starts on 9th of August. Indeed, it does. So it's from August 9th, the grand final. The grand final consists of all the tournaments in the tour that have happened, the events that have happened. The champion of each of these events qualifies directly. So Magnus Carlsen booked his spot by winning the Invitational. Daniel Dubov booked his spot by winning the Linderus Abbey. And Hikaru Nakamura will be the 3rd finalist in the grand final because because Magnus won the Chessable Masters, which meant that the player with the maximum number of points throughout the tour, in fact, qualifies for the final. Hikaru Nakamura, who qualified for this, he's been in the semifinals and the finals. He's got the maximum number of points throughout the tour. Hikaru Nakamura has a confirmed spot in the final. The fourth finalist is going to be either the winner of this event, but only in the case if that's not Magnus Carlsen. If Magnus Carlsen wins the whole Legends of Chess, then Ding Liren will be the fourth finalist. There's, of course, a lot of math involved. I'm not going to get into that. But basically, we've got Magnus, Hikaru, and Dubov, who are confirmed finalists. And the fourth spot goes to Ding if Magnus wins this event. Otherwise, whoever wins this event takes it. In any case, that means it's going to be one heck of a final. All right, because we're about to kick off in like a minute, let's quickly get our next tweet up. And it's by John. And John says, Jan, I just wanted to say how much I enjoy your commentary, because you read the Twitch chat, really makes it a lot more entertaining. So thank you. Thank you, John, for writing into us. And definitely just want to let all of you know that we are engaging with you on all platforms. And Jan is keeping an eye out on all the chats, whether it's 24 or at Twitch. So please keep that coming. And again, a reminder that on Twitter, you need to use the hashtag #ChessLegends. All right, how much time we got? Let's take a look at the score situation before kickoff of round 3 in today's matchups. Boris Gelfand against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What a comeback game that was by Boris Gelfand. He evens the score. And I do see we are joined by Jan and Judith. So Jan, Judith, your predictions of how things are going as well as the next round. Do you think, seeing the matchups here, seeing the way the games are going, Armageddons, are we headed towards that direction?
I would say 4-1-1s, we'll get at least 2 Armageddons.
Well, there is a good chance for that. I think Magnus and Vladimir will play in Armageddon.
Wow. Magnus has gone 1d4 this time around. Does not stick with the Italian. And we will wait for Monsieur Kramnik to show up, make a move. Or maybe Magnus just wants to see if the board works. Put a pawn in the middle there. Looks like the other games have not yet started. I'm not sure if Vichy wants to play another Armageddon. He didn't sound very happy with the format. Maybe he will try to make something happen before that.
Well, does anybody want to play Armageddon?
I think Magnus, he's not happy if he has to get there because it means it was 2-2 before. But I think he enjoys it. Nepomniachtchi, I would guess as well. I don't know. Maybe not. He's... So you're also not a fan of the Armageddons? I think they're so much fun.
Me? Well, I don't know. It depends on the situation and against who, I guess, but not necessarily.
Have you played a lot of online chess? Do you secretly play? Do you have time?
No, actually, I was playing quite a bit when Kasparov had his platform back like 15 years ago or something,
that's
or
a while
maybe
ago.
nearly 20. And then I didn't have that experience that I was so much into it. And after that, I was skipping this opportunity.
It's always time to get addicted to bullet chess. It's not too late.
Yeah, I know. Maybe you never know. When I have more time just to enjoy the online chess life, then I might be. How are the other games?
This is the only one I see moves
No,
on.
if you scroll up a bit, the others...
I'm
yeah.
just an idiot. That's why. Okay, here we are. Sorry. What is this? D4, E4. So in game number 1, they were discussing this. No.
Yeah, takes
Svidler changes.
E3.
Goes D4, E4, and Queen A4. Trying to stop D5.
Some funny openings are happening.
But Anish goes D5, CD, Bishop D7. Wow.
So what gambit is this? Does it have a name?
First time I ever see this. I don't know. Looks good.
But
though.
probably white is not going to grab the pawn. He is going to play knight C3 or queen B3, I guess.
I don't know. Do we take? This transposes, of course.
Well, white can take the pawn on, yeah, either D5. Yeah, a lot of tempo is what white is losing. What about taking the B7 instead of the D5 pawn? Queen bishop C6, queen B. You go knight C6, of course.
I would guess.
Of course.
Jump around.
Well, for a rapid, for sure, it's a good, interesting choice, and probably it's not too risky either.
Also, Anish probably knows it. I don't think he made this up over the board. And Peter looks surprised, calculating. Can we bail out? Maybe it's not so easy. Even though knight C3, CD, queen B3, there could still be knight C6.
Yeah.
Huh.
It looks
Peter.
okay for black.
Looks like Peter's surprise was met with a counter surprise. Queen A4.
Probably he'll think a short time on that. And how are we going? What things are happening? Like Nepo's game?
Still similar to what they were debating in game one. It's the same line. It's bishop G4, bishop D7. Boris, I guess, changed a bit with rook FC1. This is the typical
Did they
black
have the
setup.
same position?
Is it the same? I can't
don't know.
recall. I can look it up.
Yeah, he played D5 after bishop E8, right?
I think it was this.
E8.
And here he changed with rook FC1 this time around. Okay. All the same stuff. You can still go bishop D3.
So instead of D5, he went rook FC1, right?
Yeah, you start with bishop D3.
Or bishop D3 he started with.
We'll find out.
Okay, so rook FC1, bishop E8. Well, white can go bishop D3 again. Queen B2 is possible. What do they do on queen B2? So queen B2 is possible, but I think bishop D3 is also an option. D5 probably is something I wouldn't go for. Because
the
knight
timing fits a little rough
E5,
now.
E6. But I would try queen B2 actually. He went bishop F4, forcing things.
Yeah, it's a typical idea. Trying to force the queen here or here. E5, there's maybe bishop G5 or just bishop G3.
Yeah, probably E5 would be too aggressive. Bishop G5 and then somehow black's position is...
Sometimes there's this move. I'm a bit
Oh, that's
curious
cute. But then I think takes and queen F4 would give trouble now.
Backfires. Yeah,
The
this doesn't
pin.
work. We could push it.
The B7 is not hanging because c takes D4. But maybe bishop D5. Maybe bishop d5 can be unpleasant here.
Yeah.
But it's kind of interesting, this spin. I have the feeling that bishop e5 will be not the move. Or at least let's see what else black has instead of bishop e5. Maybe queen d7 or queen a5 is also possible. If queen a5 to have, I liked always the queen on a5 when I played, but now I think rook b5 would be unpleasant. So queen c8 we have, d5. This is always the critical, I think, for black, whether this pawn structure white can keep. And in the previous game also, it was very tense for black, I think. Knight e5, obviously, white will be taking, I think. Takes on e5, takes on e5, f4, bishop g7, and again e5 comes somehow naturally into our hands. And now even f6 is not even possible yet at all, I think. Bishop on c4 is really powerful. I don't know what e6, d6, bishop c6, let's say, but it doesn't look good.
How bad is this if I insist?
Well, d6, queen d5, bishop c6, I don't know, queen f7. It looks very, very brave for black doing this, I guess. Because after rook f8, queen e7. No, f takes e5, or yeah. Yeah.
Always complex, these Grunfelds. Mr. Grishuk is back. Sasha, which game would you like to see?
No, just the main ones, Carlsen, Kramnik, and Giri, Svidler.
Carlsen, Kramnik. Oh, he went knight 1 to e2. That's surprising. Normally the knight goes to b3, no? After they play this knight c1.
I don't know. I think he just ensured getting f3, and now he can get his knight to nice squares like g3 or f4. Or even, I mean, maybe he wants already to play e4. Like, does nothing. I don't know. Late Kramnik has some kind of, you know, crush for those positions with black. But I don't know. I would definitely prefer white.
You're not a fan?
No.
It's a beautiful position for white, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I think. And b5, okay, it's saying that your e4 was so scary that I'm ready to completely ruin my position strategically just to avoid it. I mean, I just don't know why. I mean, it's just unhealthy position for black. I don't know why. I guess you can play it, and then it's possible to do without memorizing lines, but it comes at a price, you know. I mean, if you have to play b5, then your position is unhealthy. I mean, it's very hard to repair it now. I mean, you need to, I don't know, play b4, a5, then exchange bishops from a6, and then push c5, and then still you are slightly worse.
So I guess white is going to be playing knight g3.
Yeah, I guess now anything is possible. Then you can even put rook c1, e1, knight can go c3, d1, f2, or whatever. It's just, I don't know. Then bishop goes, knight goes to d3. I don't know. Magnus should be very happy with his position.
But interesting that Magnus is hesitating. He is not fast playing knight g3, which seems to be the most logical. Or is he just very surprised on b5?
No, I mean, okay, he can now spend some time, decide on the which setup he wants to get.
Maybe
and then
also
just
he can
play.
go. He played knight g3.
Yeah, I think it will be a painful game. I mean, the thing is, Vladimir lost a very similar game to me in Armageddon in the final of this charity tournament we had in Russia. So also we had this structure, and okay, I just maneuvered, and then his position collapsed. So
we have the first result in Ding versus Leko. The players made a draw. This is a well-known theoretical line. So Ding probably being up 1.5. Thought draw was good. We'll see if Leko can come back in the last game. Sasha, have you seen this line before?
Yes. In my computer.
And Peter decided to, I guess, bail out with pawn to d6.
I think knight c3 f5 is very good. I mean, no. I mean, in the game. No, in the game. d6 bishop. D6.
Sorry. Here, 5.
Knight f6, I don't know. Now there will be some forcing stuff. I don't know. You know, there is some sort of debate going in Russian internet, because yesterday Evgeny Bareev said about Anish that he is a pure tactician, has no strategic understanding and zero talent. Naked tactician, he said. And it caused some debate. I don't know, I find such a statement very strange, especially when you are talking, I would not say it about much weaker player, but when you are talking about stronger players than you, it sounds very strange.
Is Anish himself involved, or he hasn't? He hasn't.
I don't think so. I think Anish pretends to having not seen it.
He's busy.
Yeah, he's too busy arguing with Magnus.
Maybe Magnus has not seen it yet, or he would have retweeted just to fuel the flames. Of course, I strongly disagree. Anish is a well-rounded player, great education on the game, great technique, great understanding, great openings.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about their position now. What should Black play? Completely random.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of tactics here, right?
I don't know, maybe in some knights, if knight c6, then what? Just take on e4, yeah? Yeah. I always trying to make this work like knight e4, so then bishop d4, bishop b4, but it, but it doesn't.
Not legal.
These rules are not changed yet.
Yeah.
Bishops could jump. We can show from the Kramnik game. No, it's one of the first tricks I learned. I've been playing for this for years, but somehow it never happened like this. Here it's good. All right, bishop, queen d1, bishop e7.
Yeah, there were simply too many pins and pawns hanging.
Okay,
so now if d5, then bishop c5 and all those work. I mean, they work even better.
But what
finally.
Bishop f2 may be better.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Knight on 1 is hard to argue with.
Yeah.
So now what will
And
Peter
actually,
play?
bishop g2 is also not possible because of bishop f2 and knight g4, right?
Yes, and if immediate bishop g2, then I guess black takes on d4 and plays knight c6, and
Knight
he's
c6 with the
ahead in
tempo.
development. I would be scared with white.
What about d5?
So, d5, I thought, yeah, it's maybe the
Can
right
black
move.
take on d5?
I guess white takes with queen and then takes on e4, and white should be, or with knight you want. I thought even
What
with
about
queen.
bishop c6 is not possible?
No, I wanted to play like queen e4.
Ah, okay. And after bishop e7?
No, I don't know, just complete development somehow. Maybe knight f3 or rook d1. I don't know.
Bishop c6? But okay,
Close
black is
somewhere.
completely fine, no?
Yeah, no,
Knight
but black is
d7
fine. I
possible.
think black is just fine as
But
it
maybe
is.
after knight d5, bishop takes e7 to exchange
Ah.
the bishops.
Maybe.
Takes knight e4,
Yeah, castle.
bishop g2.
Okay, and then bishop c6 maybe is unpleasant.
Yeah.
Complications.
Yes, seem to be nice for white.
None of it happened.
So he
Bishop
went
g2
bishop
played by
g2.
Svidler.
Maybe he wants
Bishop
to
f6.
maybe to meet cd with bishop f6 and knight
Yeah.
e4.
Exactly.
And I guess it's
Exactly.
fine for white.
It's a Tarash.
Yeah, some strange Tarash. You know, I once played Tarash in Vaikanze against Luke Van Veli, and there was this line with this structure, but with white knight on d5 instead of
a3,
e4.
bishop a3, yeah? It's a classic.
Yeah, but it's not the point. It's that, okay, he played it. Yeah, I played bishop h3, I won. And after the game, he said the worst thing about it is that I have a friend who plays bishop h3 without pawn on h3. So he plays bishop h3 here. And yeah.
I'm not sure if I explained this right. So Luke played h3 and you took the pawn and
No,
won.
but it was even worse. It was like rook e8, h3. It was not, I didn't lose a tempo. No, no.
Ah, okay, okay.
So what about taking a look on Vladimir's game?
All right.
There is a serious attack already.
Yeah, knight f4 is a threat.
Well, at the moment, black should go somewhere king h8 or king f8, right? Knight f4. Ooh, it looks really bad. Maybe king h8 was the only move and rook g8? No, but then takes a knight h4 or something.
No, it
This
looks
looks
just
really
terrible.
awful.
No, I don't understand why Vladimir started to play it all the time. He had very nice openings.
But at some point he was doing this, no? And he was trying to force the issue. Then he lost his game to Magnus.
And after this he stopped.
He quit, yeah? Because now I thought this line was kind of back, but he doesn't feel like doing it.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Knight h5 played.
Well, actually, probably is the only move. And queen g5, right?
But queen g5 is met by f4, no?
But hold on, but hold on, why not knight h6 first and then queen h3?
Ah, yes, yes.
Question.
King f8 only move, queen h3.
Now queen
Queen
g5.
g5, knight f5.
Yeah, looks good.
Game over or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I think black's, I don't know what he wants, but maybe black has to take on h6 and queen g5. And then with the pawn down, try to kick. Though you have knight g3. Yeah.
Yeah. Then. Okay.
Well,
So
not very
straight
good
either
news
way.
for black.
No. So, Zasha, you would recommend pinning the knight in this situation?
Yeah. It's idea of Nimcovich.
I've heard. No one ever thought of it before.
But I wonder who started to play knight f3, d5, knight c3 bishop before, because it's called Rogozin, but I'm not sure he's the one who started it. Because I think also Rogozin, he was advocating basically playing those, if white, let's say now plays e3 or bishop d3 or queen c2, he was playing knight c6. So he was basically getting this queen a4 check line with tempi down with black.
Some of you don't get the idea of your own opening at all. Maybe your name shouldn't be on it. No.
So I just wonder who started playing it. I will check now.
Sometimes it's called Manhattan, no? This variation?
Manhattan, I think, is only when it's cd5, ed5, bishop g5, knight bd7, e3, c5, and so on.
Oh,
No?
maybe. Also, I'm not sure if Manhattan is a person. Probably not.
What is this position?
Boris?
Yeah.
Let's count pawns. Equal pawns?
Well, maybe black is fine, no? I mean, what danger will black have on the king side?
Knight h.
e3.
Whoa, what's going on?
Wow, c4, nice.
Nice. What should black do? Does it become a race, a4, c5, or is there... I saw the computer says it's great for black, so maybe there's some trick.
This is interesting. Wow, what a pawn structure suddenly. Very funny.
Apparently, it's very funny for Jan. He's smiling all the time.
But he was also smiling a lot last game when he was a queen down. I can't read his smiles anymore.
Yeah.
He's also, of course, locked into second place. Maybe he's just in a joyful mood.
Maybe rook f6.
We're being informed that Manhattan was a ship. European players traveling on it to a tournament in the US in the 30s. We're analyzing that variation.
Okay, and I also have an update. So first one to play it with black was a player named Gossip.
Gossip.
George Gossip. Yes. So, okay. Then Mikhail Chigorin. Then couple games by Schlechter. 3 games by Marshall. 2 games by Lyohin, 2 games another from Marshall, actually 3, and 3 more by Marshall, and only then comes Rogozin. So
how did Rogozin get his name on it? Just good marketing?
I don't know. I don't know. I think no. I think we had a book in Soviet Union by Lipnitsky, and he was advocating this setup. Yeah, basically to play knight c6 no matter what white does. And maybe in this book he called it Rogozin, because I remember it from the childhood.
That's interesting. Good old Marshall. Also Schlechter. This is much better than what's called the Schlechter, no? So he should have insisted on this. Speaking of
Schlechter should be called Chinese Slav, yeah?
Yeah.
And it's mostly Chinese players.
Wu Shangji. This is the Schlechter, yeah?
Well, we have a draw between Ivanchuk and Anand. Is that correct? Pretty much played out.
Hard to continue much from here.
Okay, we missed this one, but the Boris's game is very interesting, and the Svidler's also. Okay, they played this endgame.
A well-played game.
So now white has a pawn up for the moment, but his king is on f1. And he's in the pin. And Svidler is down in time.
Yeah, and also his position is not very enviable, I would say.
Well, okay, he can go queen takes d8 and rook c1, right? He doesn't have to get worse at all.
Why? I will play rook ac8 and I will have 2 bishop.
And knight f4?
Knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5, rook c5. My back rank is sensitive there.
C6 played by Peter Benjaminovich Svidler.
Okay, this seems to be a good move.
So is he planning to meet bc6 with what? With queen a4 or what? What's his plan? But it's very strange, queen a4 or queen a5 or queen c8.
Queen a4 played, queen e7.
Queen e7.
Also nice.
Okay.
Can we survive something like this? This probably not.
Not this one.
Looks bad, no?
Well, rook c1. Doesn't look good though.
I don't know. Peter always gets such positions in English. Against Magnus, he had, a very similar one. He cannot complete his development.
C4 does not contribute to castling.
Yeah. So we have on the board rook c1. What is white next move? Like something like queen c4.
Knight f4, maybe queen c4.
Knight f4 runs into bishop d2. So,
bishop d2, right?
I don't know. So I'm not sure. So maybe queen c4.
No, even that is not the end of the world. Rook c4.
Yes, but black will have some move played by them.
Yeah.
So bishop f5. So what is this? Maybe he was afraid of taking on e4 and f3. He wanted to.
Well, he just doesn't want to allow white to get out so easily with his king from f1, I guess.
Yeah. So knight f4, I guess bishop d2. Yeah,
D2.
that's the point. And he plays it.
Then rook d1 takes on f4, rook d8, and somehow black is very fast.
Yeah, white will need a sort of a miracle to escape.
Probably rook e1 or something. Oops, rook c6 was taken. Wow.
It's a bold strategy.
Brave choice.
Yeah, but it's
Why did it go rook
braveness.
b8?
Yeah, no, I think it's braveness out of desperation. Rook b8, yeah, I don't see a difference.
e4? Or what is? It seems like pretty much of desperation for white. Or e3 maybe.
3,
Looks
maybe
scary.
even bishop e3, f3, queen e3. Even.
Okay. So if Peter's going down, he's gonna need some help from Magnus. Looks like it's incoming though. If Magnus wins this game, then Peter makes the semifinals.
Well, it seems so. Magnus is gonna crush Vlad here. e4 very shortly coming.
Or even f4, f5. I think.
Yeah. So e3 is on the board at Svidler's game. There are some good tactics will happen, I think. Bishop takes e3 happened.
Oof.
Also after f3, there was rook b1, rook b2, I guess. And now also.
So what will happen here? Something very fishy, rook b2.
Barayev was right here, just tactics.
Yeah.
What other tactics? Rook d2?
Rook d2, king e1. Maybe just rook d5. No. No.
So how to win by force?
No, but maybe simply queen d7.
Also rook d8 looks nice. Just to bring the last.
That's, yeah.
Anish played queen e5.
Which
Also
is
decent.
quite promising.
And Svidler resigns. This is checkmate. Yeah,
Bishop
rough game.
f5 was
for
a good
Peter.
move.
Hard to argue.
Yeah.
Fe just rook g2, or is there mate with checks?
I think so. Everything is hanging and collapsing for white. So let's see how Magnus is doing. E4,
Collapsing.
c3.
And Magnus is smiling.
He looks extremely happy.
But he said in some interview, yes, that beating Kramnik is the best feeling. Okay. No, but
Looks like
he's
he's
like,
got
Magnus
some
is
funny joke or
smiling.
something good to tweet. He's too happy to just.
yes, it's disgusting to watch. I mean, when someone is so happy.
Yeah.
But okay, he has to find the win. Which probably there is not only one.
So let's say e d5, queen d5. If rook e6, queen e6, rook e1, there is bishop e2. So that's actually maybe a way to spoil it. Even this must win maybe after d5 at the end.
Queen e3, queen f2.
Yeah. Even a blunder wins for white, I guess.
Yeah, actually, maybe this would be the computer's choice.
Rook f2, king f7 on the board.
Yeah, this is the human choice.
No more smiling though.
Queen h3.
Almost.
E5.
I think he's containing himself.
Yeah, queen h3 seems not bad. Wow, he went takes.
f4 looks good
f4.
too.
What is this f4? D takes e4?
I guess f5.
f5 and h4 on knight g5, right?
No, the problem for Vladimir is just two winning. It's just completely winning. So white can do what he please. Ah, okay. I found maybe some way to blunder with white. So it's knight take d4. And let's say white plays queen takes c3, d4, rook e4, and now rook c8.
Okay.
That's slightly cooperative of mine, but
Yeah, well, after rook c8, still queen e3 or queen e1, right? So,
no, yes, but
probably
some
not
fight.
the best way for white.
There is
to
some fight.
continue.
DEF5 on the board. Knight f8.
Knight f8 only move.
Maybe rook e4 is decent as well, no? Rook c8.
Yeah, okay. At least black keeps one of those pawns. So if queen takes c3, then he has bishop.
No, I think after rook
D3 or
e4, he
something?
will go rook c8, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if rook e4, rook c8. So at least, I mean, as long as one of those pawns is alive, there is some little hope.
Yeah, there is some hope.
Yeah.
Though f6 and rook e7, no? Or rook e7 is not good enough after knight g6. Takes queen g, no, fe7.
Yes, yes.
Queen e5,
That's
rook
a mate.
f7, queen c5, mate.
Mate.
Oof. Brutal.
Okay, what to do?
Turns out there's
Yeah.
not that many defenders around the king.
Maybe rook b8 is a kind of still fighting. Well, h4.
B8.
Oh, that he plays it. So at least he creates a threat. And now, even queen takes c3, I guess it's possible. Rook b1, rook e1. And if queen take d4, there is queen c7 check.
But okay, Magnus played h3. Not
So,
h4, not queen c3, h3.
Kasparov style, king h2, like in his famous games.
Although if it's in reaction to a check, it's less impressive, no? Like
Yeah. Okay. So queen b8. I think some rook e5 now will be played. Magnus is completely bored.
But he would like it to be written already, the point for him.
And there's all this sunlight in his face.
Yeah, it's a sunny day in wherever he is at.
I would guess he's back in Norway, no? He said he was off the boat. questions if
Well-
Magnus gonna blunder. I doubt it. No, queens are off.
Yeah, now it reminds me. Okay, one my friend, he had a game in a symmetrical G3 Grunfeld. He made sacrifice. He played at some point e4, black played d4, he played d5, and black played e6 take d5, and then he made some quiet move. So I guess maybe he blundered something, and then he fought for a long time, but finally lost. And then his friend said to him, "No, you were playing so good, but the problem is that you ran out of pawns." And it's the problem with Vladimir's position.
So what's the balance if you have like a knight and a bishop versus a rook? How many pawns does white need? Here 5 is probably better for the side with the rook.
No, I think, let's say if we exchange the rooks and we remove a2, d4, and h3 pawns, it's still winning.
2 pawns are still winning normally, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. At least even h3 and g4 is very difficult to defend, but f and g is definitely winning. So
Yeah, there is not much chance that Vladimir can squeeze out of this position.
And this would be, with all joking aside, if Kramnik loses this game, he's out of the tournament. So it's understandable. He fights till the very bitter end. But bitter it will be. Magnus seems very conscious not to allow any chances. Maybe after that last game, he's extra focused. What do you do? Rook e2? No.
Well, I guess anything, right?
Yeah.
But Rook e2 looked the best.
These guys keep debating queen endgames. This one will not end well for Boris. There is this
Okay.
famous position. That's a little different, no? Like this, but it's unlikely to
Good
happen.
self-made.
Yeah.
it's almost like this, just one square for if black queen moves one square, we have it.
Such a subtle game, chess. One square can make all the difference. Okay, this is hopeless. Yeah? Oh, king e1. Here we are.
Oops, another chance.
Queen d3, what? It's 3 times, no?
Computer bar went up, so it's probably a mistake. Not sure why.
Is it a 3 times?
Why didn't he take on g5?
No, it doesn't look like.
Or they are still having this position.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Draw.
In b2, and you're right.
Wow.
So let's try to count 1.
And Jan is smiling again.
He's very pleased with the amusement provided by this match. Magnus making progress. All other games are over. So Gelfand, Nepomniachtchi drawn. Leko Ding was a very quick draw. Ivanchuk Anand, pretty fast draw as well. And Svidler lost with white to Giri. Good news for him is Magnus Carlsen's completely winning. And if Magnus wins, then Svidler makes the semifinals. However, probably he would have to face Magnus if he loses the match to Anish. I'm not sure what happens if he wins in Armageddon. Then they're tied on points, no?
You know, when I see those smiles which have no apparent reason, I always remember a Russian joke, like when kids go to some, you know, construction work, you know, with their schoolmates, yeah, with their classmates. And the teacher said to them that you have to wear a cask, you know, a cask to protect you. Because we had once case that couple kids went there, so a girl was wearing a cask and the boy was not, and something fell on them, boy died, and the girl just laughed, smiled, and walked away. And one of the kids said, yeah, I know that girl, she's still wearing a cask and is smiling.
Very dark.
Yeah.
Magnus.
What is Vladimir playing
Not wearing
for?
any helmets. Yeah, and Kramnik has seen enough.
He resigned. Okay, this was not a good opening for Vladimir. Actually, it was not. He couldn't have a great fight in the middle
That means
game.
that we know our semi-finalists. Kramnik is out. He put up a great fight, but that loss to Svidler cost him in the end. Because now the only question that remains is who will finish third? Our semi-finalists are Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, that's number 1 and number 2. And then if Peter Svidler wins his match against Anish Giri, even in Armageddon, I've been informed, he's third. Well, if he loses, which currently has to be a favorite, then Anish is third and Svidler is fourth. So Peter Svidler needs a comeback victory with the black pieces. Not going to be easy, but might as well try. That means that Peter is the only legend to make it to the semifinals, which probably will be consolation that going into this tournament, he was the only legend, I believe, who was not involved in a world championship match, if we count Ponomarev Ivanchuk. But I believe this has to outweigh all the other legend successes. And we will bring in Tanya to celebrate the semifinalists and the game of chess. Hashtag grow the game.
Yeah, no celebration of chess is complete unless we talk about one of the biggest legends in the history of chess, Bobby Fischer. And I think Judith is going to stay with us for a little bit. Judith, a lot of people in chat were talking about this. And I think for those who might not be aware, Bobby Fischer, after his 91 match against Boris Spassky, I think it was in 91 or 92 that he could not return to the US and in fact was in Hungary and stayed in the Polgar household for a summer, I think it was. And Judith, this is something we all want to hear about, the experience, what it was like to spend that time with a legend like Bobby and the impact it had on you.
Yes, after his Sveti-Stefan match in 92, I think, against Spassky, he was still staying in that area, and in end of the year, I think, or beginning, end of that year, later, we visited him where he was staying with my parents and Sophia. Susan was not there because she was doing something else. And somehow he was an interesting person. It was, of course, we were shocked that we are meeting a legend as Bobby. We didn't even think about it, that it will be possible ever. And then my father was telling him how great Hungary is. We have great things, great food, great thermal baths. And anyway, the city is beautiful. And then he was kind of bored alone there and he couldn't go back to the States. Probably he didn't want to either. But then shortly afterwards, he moved to Hungary, and then he was staying in one of the most known hotels at the Gellert, I think. But then he moved to some private place, private apartment, staying and hiding in Hungary because he never liked it when people recognized him or went to him. He was a very interesting personality, but it was also I got mixed feelings about it later on when he was coming over on daily basis. As of course he shared his views about chess, but mainly about his fanatic beliefs that the prearranged games, and he wanted very much that Fischer random chess will replace regular chess because theory is killing the game. And but he was always very joyful, very happy and smiley. He was like childish pretty much, but it was a huge contrast because he was a huge guy with a huge size of foot, like I don't know, he was like 48 or something, I don't know, really big feet. He had appetite, he loved Hungarian food. He was famous that whenever he visited restaurants, he was eating very much. So people remember that. And also some of his friends were coming over to Hungary visiting, like Eugene Torre was here once, and of course Paul Benko was already staying in Hungary visiting him. And later on, I think he got friends with Leko and some other people. And I think he had a great time here in Hungary because he loved the thermal baths. He was very fanatic about that. And then later on in the summer of '93, he also came to our summer house. And he had his bodyguard with him all the time, as he was quite much freaking out if anybody was close to him, apart from the people who he didn't know. And so it was a very interesting experience and exceptional. But sometimes I think, okay, what would have happened if I never met him? Probably I would have a different opinion or feeling about Bobby, but I don't regret it, of course, that I met him, because it's a memorable experience, even though maybe not necessarily everything was positive.
That's very fascinating, Judith. You say that you had mixed feelings about it, and is that coming from just the fact that he was such a genius, and you admire him over the board, but because his extreme beliefs sometimes it made it hard for you to agree with them? Was it the off the chessboard part of it that made it a little difficult, or have these mixed feelings?
First of all, it was a pity that he never wanted to really play chess, real chess. He was always talking about the prearranged games of the long decades before played games, world championship matches between Kasparov and Karpov, the big old candidates tournaments, all those stories which he started out saying already back then. He was still saying and repeating. And so I been much more happy to discuss the actual situation, to play chess with him, which we did with the Fischer random chess. We played the doubles, but even that he was not something that he wanted to do too often. So he was more engaged and with the topics he was obsessed about. And so this is the thing which I would have preferred to talk more about the real chess stuff.
To me, it sounds, I can just imagine this really young Judith, just all she wants to do is play chess with a former world champion and with a great like Fischer, but all that he's doing is talking about stories and his beliefs. And I can imagine you just waiting for that moment when you can have that game against him. What, in your opinion, Judith, do you think if that match in '75 between Bobby Fischer and Karpov had actually happened, I mean, it doesn't really matter anymore because it. What do you think would have been the result?
I don't know because it's very difficult to say. But I know that once when I was talking about this match with Karpov, as he was also visiting to us at some period of time, I was training with Karpov, and sometime we discussed this, and I had the feeling that Anatoly said something like that, that at the time Bobby was better than him. So then at that point, I think it would have been very close, and possibly Karpov would not have become world champion right there. But of course, we'll never know this.
Yeah, it's just conjecture. I think that's one of the world championship matches that did not happen, and the entire world missed out on what the legacy of that match could have been. I think it was Kasparov as well who later said, either Korchnoi or Kasparov. Correct me if anybody in chat knows who this was, that said that probably in the 75 match Fischer would have won, but Karpov would have been able to qualify for the next world championship, and then Karpov would have won. So, of course, all of this is conjecture because Bobby never played after the 72 world championship match, defend his title. Judith, we also had a question from our viewer. Let's get that up on the screen. And it's interesting because I think it's such a different era talking about Bobby and talking about the legends of chess as it's happening right now in front of our screens. Looks like two different worlds. And Gunal has a question for that, saying which was better, the chess world before or after computers? And Judith, you mentioned that this is something that even Fischer spoke to you about, that how theory, which of course the chess engines had a lot to do with, is really killing the beauty of chess. I know it's hard to compare different times because chess has evolved so much, the characteristics are different. But what, in your view, was the golden period for chess, before computers or after?
Actually, I'm a person who don't like to go back in time so much and say that that was better or not. I like to be living in the actual time and looking ahead of the future. But of course, the game of chess was very different. I remember when I started out playing chess, absolutely, we were having the chessboard in front of us, even if we had trainings of having blind games. But everything was paper based. Everything was what you learned, you memorized, your intuition. You were secretly keeping your notes and having your novelties maybe for weeks, months, or even years, which is quite difficult nowadays with the computers and engines. And I remember I had a strong struggle starting using the engines in the early 2000, year 2000, and so on. The sport is just a different game. I think we need completely different skills to be successful, and I think in some ways this is the difference between the new generation and the old one, that in chess understanding, the older generation is in some ways much better, but the newer generation, they can somehow they can use all the different possibilities which exist out there right now, and they are using it in a very flexible way. Like in many years ago when I was playing chess and many other players, you could afford having one or two openings with black, let's say, maybe. But nowadays, obviously, you have to have many different openings. You have to be very flexible on that. You have to be picking up different openings, ideas, and be ready to play few hours after you looked at it, because in a week later time it's going to be not actual, no use of it anymore. So, but back to the question that which period of time was better. When I was playing it, of course, creativity was very actively part of the game, of home preparation, and also at the board. But now psychology also was very different then and now, I believe. I think every period of time has its charm, and the top players has to understand what it takes to be on the top level at the time when they are there. And of course, there were a lot of people who had extremely fantastic preparation, for example, and that meant a lot. And so it's very difficult for me to say. Of course, one of the most special area of chess era was when Kasparov-Karpov was playing head-to-head. I mean, that was something very special, I think, for quite a few years. They were the top two being very much ahead of the others. So it seemed like they will be there for endless time. But then some people were coming and challenging them.
Yeah, fair enough. It is very difficult to compare, and like you said, that every period had its own charm and beauty in the game. And I think a very important point, Judith, that you made was that for the top players to be able to stay at the top, it's extremely important to keep adapting yourself and evolving yourself to the changing nature of the game. And this has been a constant topic of discussion in the legends of chess, which is the longevity of a career. There have been many great players in the past who have not, because they've not been able to move on and get into the computer era of chess, have dropped out. But a lot of players, and especially the legends that we see in this tournament, are the ones who've kept their place at the very elite because they've actually found this change that has come about in our game, the different trends that have come over time, something that's given them motivation to keep working on it, and they have evolved and adapted accordingly. And we also had a really nice tweet from a friend of yours, Judith. It's by Juga. In fact, I saw her new song called Immortal Game recently. We all saw that on the broadcast as well. And you feature in that song. You're in that video. And I know that both of you are friends. And Juga says that I'm working on a new chess song about top 10 chess blunders. For any suggestions for your favorite blunders to be immortalized? Judith, at the top of your head, if there was one blunder that comes to your mind, which one would it be?
My own blunders?
It could be your own or something that you have seen, but just like the first blunder that comes to your mind with this.
Unfortunately, there are quite a collection, I think, out there. But I remember when Vlad was blundering against the computer, Fischer, bishop h2 in the match, but there are many others. It's I think you have to make a great search on that.
I think
generally speaking, I think I don't know which was my blunder the biggest, to be honest.
I think it's great that you can't remember.
yeah, I have a good selective memory.
It works because also I feel that blunders are something that you don't really learn anything from. You know, you only get better at chess, and the amount of blunders you make gets reduced. So it's just best to block the blunders out that you make. But I agree with you. I think that Spassky-Fischer game in a drawn endgame where Fischer went bishop h2 and lost that game is definitely, I think, a blunder, Juga, that you need to use for your next one. Judith, the games are going to begin soon. So if you want to get a cup of coffee or a drink, I am to go, even though it's very hard for me to do that, but I must. So please feel free to join us in a bit. Until then, let's update our audience to the current score situation going into the final round of the match. So we've got an even score between Boris and Jan, and I have to say that that's quite impressive. A very in-shape, quick-playing Jan is not finding it very easy against the oldest of the legends, Boris Gelfand, Tingler and Peter Lecko, taking the lead on that. Vasyl Ivanchuk, Viswanathan Anand, and another legendary clash is even going into round 4. Peter Svidler up against Anish Giri. Anish has taken a lead in that. Peter needs to win on demand to make that into the Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen also won the game, which means that Vladimir Kramnik must win the next game to take it to Armageddon. But this means that our semi-finalists, the 4 semi-finalists, are already confirmed. The reason for that is that Vladimir Kramnik needed to beat Magnus Carlsen in the rapid portion to have a shot at qualifying. But now that the best case scenario is that the game goes into an Armageddon, let's bring up the current standing. one more time and take a look at the semi-finalists and congratulate them. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, Peter Svidler are going to be continuing the event. These are the 4 semi-finalists. And the big question now remains is between the game of Anish and Peter. If Peter is able to win on demand the next game and then win in the Armageddon, Peter moves on to 16 points, while Anish stays at 15. And that would mean that Magnus plays Anish and Jan plays Peter in the semis. So still a lot to fight for the players here. And we've got Jan in with us. He's joined us. So I'm going to throw a question to him. Jan, what's your prediction? Do you think who's going to play Magnus Carlsen in the semis?
I will make the bold and risky prediction that Peter Svidler will not win on demand with the black pieces and then win the Armageddon. So he will play Magnus in the semis. And Svidler, sometimes he sounds a little over-optimistic about his chances, and I think some humility would do him well, like sometimes understanding he's not perfect and that things have gone his way in some of these games. So I hope he will take this challenge seriously to face Magnus 3 days in a row and not just think it's a walk in the park and I will just crush that kid. But I'll talk to him and make sure that, you know, he understands things could go wrong.
Peter, Jan, with your predictions, you really do live life on the edge. I must say that. It's always very...
Always pushing the envelope.
Indeed. And let's get the pairings up, and should we do a quick yay and nay for Armageddon now that we're into the final game? All right, Boris versus Jan.
Let me check the score. Who's white? Jan is white? Sorry, I'm not very fast. Nay, Jan's going to win.
I say nay as well. We're on the same team on this one. Ding versus Peter.
Nay.
Nay. Vasil versus Swishy.
Yay.
Big yay. All right, Peter versus Anish.
Nay.
You said that already, your hot take on that match. And what about Magnus versus Vladimir?
Nay.
I don't know if you have enough time to bring up that tweet by Leon. Oh, we do have kickoff, so I'm going to have to leave you here, Jan. Enjoy
no worries. By the way, we should mention that Nepomniachtchi has improved on his play in game number 2, where he played a3, and this time he went knight a3. It's good that he's taking this seriously.
At least he's developing his pieces this time.
Yeah.
All right, over to you guys.
Thanks, Tanya. This is... I think Svyagintsev was experimenting with this move 2 knight to a3, and Nepomniachtchi.
Oh my.
Is improving on 2a3, Judit. What do you think?
I see Nepo has a special relationship with the a3 square now.
Yeah.
Today.
And fortunately, if this goes to Armageddon, there are no more pieces he could try to put on a3.
Maybe it will be already move 1.
His position is not so bad. Knight a3 is not such a bad move because it covers this bishop on b5 potentially after some knight d4s.
Well, eventually he plays c3, knight c4, knight c2, wherever, and things will be in order.
Yeah. No, it's very playable. Or even takes on c6 and the knight comes to c4. It's not the end of the world. We'll see what happens.
It just looked very strange, move 2 knight a3. It's kind of, we have to admit that this is exactly what we say to people, right? Who starts learning chess. Never go to the side with your knight.
Bring the knights to the center, castle.
Yeah, but maybe this is also changing.
I don't know. Did you ever have a training session with the late Mark Dvoretsky? You must have had, no?
Actually, I didn't. My sister had, Sophia.
Oh, okay.
He had one session of 2 weeks or something like that. But I know his books, and of course I was analyzing that.
Because with Dvoretsky, this guy Svyagintsev was his favorite student. So for me, we had like 2 sessions with the German Federation. It was very frustrating. He would give you some incredibly tough puzzle, and then he would tell you, Svyagintsev solved this in 1 minute. And you would sit there for half an hour, don't understand anything. This position, Svyagintsev seems to have solved as well. Sasha, did you hear the same?
Yeah, I hear you.
What do you want
I
to say?
guess Zvyagintsev was explaining to me that the point of knight a3 is that black is in kind of Zugzwang in this position. But white is also, because knight f3 blocks f pawn, which is relevant for, you know, for some, let's say in some Rosso limos, you really maybe sometimes want your knight to be away from f3, yeah? Even sometimes white plays h3, knight h2, then f4, and so
like
on.
this, yeah? You wanna...
Yeah. So knight f3 blocks the f2 pawn, c3 allows knight f6, so yeah, and then f4 allows d5 and so on. So that was the point of knight a3.
So black is in Zugzwang, a6, how bad can it be? It's...
a6, I don't know, now maybe c3 actually is a very decent move. Maybe.
We don't know. Let's have a look around. Svidler in a must win. Must avoid the Norwegian. He's going for the Pirts. Anish, he's lost some games in these lines in the past. He usually got good positions, but I think against Nepomniachtchi he lost one in Vike, maybe.
Yeah, and he lost a decisive game against Shong.
Shong as well in the
last
World Cup.
But now Anish is leading 2-1, no?
Exactly.
So that's why Peter goes for it. He has to win.
Ich habe ein paar Sachen ganz viel aufgemacht. Mama hatte gedacht, du arbeitest.
Ich arbeite. My co-host wants to say hi. Big chess expert.
Papa, das ist mein Computer.
Das ist dein Computer. Aber jetzt
Well, I'm curious how Svidler wants to mess up the position. But of course, it's a must-win situation. And so he has to do something to try out something, right? And what about the other games? Can we see maybe Magnus's game? Because it looks very tactical, sharp Sicilian. And also, it seems like the players are possibly getting tired. Yeah, G5, H5 is there.
So I guess castle is met by b4 now, yeah, and white cannot even play knight d5 because of knight take b3 check, and then there will be no compensation.
It's
because
not that
e5,
e5 would be so much, right?
No, I don't know. Then it's unclear.
But of course, knight b3 is the simplest and take.
Yes. So Vladimir goes g6
instead of castle, yeah.
Yeah. So let's see.
Oh, he went for g6 already.
Yes.
I've never seen Magnus playing something like this with black. No, it's somehow... I remember I was playing tons of blitz games with my sisters when I was a child. These kind of positions, it's Sicilian, different side castling. So will Magnus play h6 or something, or b4?
I think, I don't even know. Maybe
H6
also bishop f6 is an option.
Bishop f6 is also a typical characteristic move of this kind. of position.
Yeah, I think after g6, bishop f6 is always at least a move to consider.
But now maybe knight d5 sometimes it's possible. Or is it too early? I don't know. Okay, Giri's game. e5. Giri is straightforward. I guess he wants to go e6 after takes knight g4.
And I think the important point is that if before, then after ef6, bc3, queen c3, c6 is hanging.
You mean after f takes e5, knight g5?
No. I mean after e5,
okay.
if black just because a typical reaction to e5 is b4.
Yeah.
But
okay, takes on f6, bc3, queen c3, bishop f6, queen c6, pawn up.
Yeah, and actually black maybe has some little compensation, like he has nice structure, but I mean, it's not what you would like to
Well,
have.
it's not what he was aiming for, I think.
Yeah.
So after e5, Peter is thinking how to try to move. Knight g4 he played immediately. That's kind of logical. So after e5, he went knight g4.
So now e takes d6 is an option.
E takes back.
No, maybe bishop g5. I think white has an extremely safe position.
Yeah, and black cannot move away his queen to a5 because it's queen e2. So actually it's very safe for white.
Yeah, and sometimes black plays e6 in such positions, but not in this one.
Yeah, but anyway, you go bishop g5, I think.
Yeah, no, here
that would be exaggerating, right? Knight can go to e4, c5.
No, of course, but sometimes it's an idea in this modern position.
E takes d6, e takes d6 is on the board. And yeah, bishop g5 somehow is inviting.
And Magnus, meanwhile, played your move, h6. And
yeah, because h6 is not funny when white is playing it, right?
Yeah, but now queen d2 is an option.
And then bishop f6, I guess.
And maybe take h6.
But there, maybe already knight b3, bishop c3, or even f.
Vladimir goes knight d5.
Wow. Well, it was kind of expected that something firework will be happening, but I don't see how fast he can do that. Takes, bishop d5, queen c7. And now white has to be extremely fast. If g takes f7, will black play rook f7 or king goes out?
And Magnus played queen e8 instead.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, I don't see a way to really continue an attack, but let's see.
What did I miss? Some kindergartening here as well. Kramnik gave up a piece?
Yeah, he desperately wants to win, but maybe he gives up too much too early.
And Peter has his king on f8.
Well, he's desperate. He didn't want to exchange queens. But it's not very nice. Bishop f4, knight b6.
Okay, then at least there is some.
Yeah, he brings his knight to d5. He develops his bishop, sometimes g5.
I wonder what would happen if White played knight e4 instead of a castle.
Good move.
Knight b6.
Ah, so you just go pin. You are not afraid of the pin. Ah, maybe.
But also h6 was maybe possible.
h6, bishop f4 was.
Bishop
that was
f4,
my-
knight e4, queen e4, right?
Yes, that was exactly my idea.
Okay, so knight b6, and then later I go h6.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so they now
Actually,
get.
here also knight e4, queen e4, d5. It's still playable, but of course it's to play for a win with black. It's it's not so obvious.
Yeah, this looks like an uphill struggle for Peter.
Oh, maybe g5 now. G5, g4.
Yeah, g5 backs to be played and to ask. Ah, no, but then bishop d2.
And if g4?
I guess. Okay, let's say 91. Yeah.
How is it? d5, bishop b4, king g8, bishop d3, bishop d4?
c3
And f3, right?
or just knight c2.
Well, I go back bishop g7.
Knight c2.
Yeah.
Or a5 first, maybe. I
Yeah.
don't know.
No, this is not what anybody wants to play with black.
Yeah. Okay, so of course the opening didn't work out for Peter.
Looks like he will have 3 days or maybe 2 days against Magnus.
And first they have a rest day, right?
Tomorrow's a free day.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone can catch their breath, and then it continues with the semifinals where the players play. Not one match like here, but it's this best of 3 format, so you need 2 points to move on. Therefore, it's minimum 2 days of these matches, maximum 3. Kramnik is sacrificing some more pieces.
Okay, so let's see what he has in mind.
GH.
Somehow I have the feeling that he really doesn't have enough here. I mean, bishop
Maybe
g5.
he wants. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to believe. I mean, White hasn't even castled yet.
I'm not sure.
Bishop
How...
e6 now move. Too much pieces are off the board for White.
No pieces left
actually,
to
bishop
invite to the
g5
party.
is a problem. That is there to block the g file.
Yeah, so last game he ran out of pawns, now he's running out of pieces.
Always problems with that
Not
guy.
nice. Not nice to have this situation. No, there is. No, he seems like a problem. So what's going on in the other games? Svidler is okay. Let's go for Ivanchuk.
Let's do a quick round.
Yeah.
Vishy, Ivanchuk, very serious games. They're debating this theoretical line for quite some games
Okay,
now.
they
Yeah.
continue this.
As mentioned, I don't like this knight. B7, and Ivanchuk also switched to this line, which is more solid. Here, I'm sure there are many Potkin files on the subtleties of bishop d2, knight d1, or queen e2 first, but it looks quite balanced. I guess they're both okay with repeating moves here, maybe. Leko.
He has a good position.
Yeah, at least an interesting one.
At first, it looks nice for white, but maybe for second thought, maybe it's not.
But maybe he can play queen d3 and if f5, ef6, and then to take on b7 and
Then
okay.
queen g6, queen h7 and queen g6.
Yeah, just checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So you take with the knight, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, I take, or maybe I take on c5. If you take with this knight, I will take on c5. Just to avoid, maybe because maybe knight take b7, you will play c4.
Oh yeah, there.
Okay, and this one is definitely better for white.
I mean, the only thing black has is the f4 square.
Yeah, okay, maybe even g3. But it just must be better. I don't know.
Well, maybe queen d3, g6.
Yes, but queen d3, g6, then it's another story. Then, okay, then it's
Queen d2, king g7.
Yep.
some h4 or I don't know.
Queen d3, g6 on the board.
But
Boris Gelfand needs to win to force. Ah, no, it's 1.5, 1.5. So whoever wins the match. I guess black's fine.
well, black seems okay.
Black seems more than okay, I think.
Yeah.
But
Somehow even against knight a3, Boris got his usual structure from this bishop b5, e6 knight.
although they have repeated the moves once already, yeah?
What about playing knight e6 in order to go d5?
But the thing is, this is already something they had, I think. It was bishop on h6, and black played knight f4, and white played bishop g5.
Yeah.
Ah, no, it was slightly different.
Same around.
Okay.
And draw agreed here as well. 2 draws.
Okay.
So they go on for the Armageddon.
2
And
Armageddon.
Jan is smiling again.
Jan can't get enough of the action today.
And Anand Ivanchuk as well.
I'm reading that Ivanchuk is black in the Armageddon. It will start in 9 minutes. That means Vishy Anand with the white pieces. 5 minutes versus 4. Vish needs to win. At least he has a head start on the clock. Svidler, queens are off. Still hard to win, no?
Well, yeah.
King
Giri can
e7
help
is a peculiar move. What is his point?
Well, it's rook e1 is also very tempting, but bishop f5 can be also very tempting. King d7. Okay,
No, keep a
Rook
straight
E8.
face. Hope for BC.
a8. King d7. Bishop back. Is it on the board? No, a5 was played.
A5.
A5. So what happened now? Knight C4.
Ah, he just wants to take and rook a4 maybe.
Ah. But then at the end, King D7,
Bishop g3.
F5. Ah, and F5, then you take on B4 and rook B7 check.
Ah, tactics.
No, you can go bc3, bc, and f5.
Yeah, but then rook
But
B1.
still rook b1. Well, it's hard to imagine that Giri would be blundering something.
Magnus Carlsen, in the meantime, has won his match and all his matches in this tournament by defeating
Well done.
Vladimir Kramnik. Kramnik went for it, but he ran out of pieces.
No, actually, Kramnik ran out of energy or ideas after game 2, it seems.
Yeah, but also, I mean, the opening choice in game 3 is, I will repeat.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
one
he
that I
already,
saw.
after the opening, he had a very difficult position.
Also, you know, Magnus is not a type of opponent you avoid theory and get just worst position out of the opening.
Also,
Usually
Magnus
you-
enjoys his Carlsbad structures.
I know from my own experience.
All right. That means the question that's remaining is, will Peter Svidler force an Armageddon? If not, he's facing Carlsen. And Jan Nepomniachtchi will face Anish Giri. Also always some tension. I think in the last of these tournaments, they play in the semifinals. Anish won. Nepomniachtchi's looked much better in this one so far. Seems like he's been improving throughout this tournament. So another interesting battle to look forward to. We have two Armageddons in the making. Will be Anand Ivanchuk first and then Nepomniachtchi Gelfand. Predictions? Who's going to win? Vishy or Ivanchuk?
My prediction is Ivanchuk and Nepomniachtchi.
Okay, then I take Vishy and Boris. Just
Sorry,
for the
Judit,
fun of it.
I'm with Grishuk on that one. I'm also going Ivanchuk, Nepomniachtchi.
You also Chuki and Nepo
Yeah.
as Sasha. Okay.
Peter played this BC.
Okay,
BC
this is
F5.
what we had on the board, right? Rook b1. At least
Rook
that's
B1 seems very strong.
King e6,
You take or
f4.
bishop somewhere.
No,
Rook
I would
b7
also,
first, no?
yeah, I would play Rook B7.
Bishop f6. f4, rook c4 you have, and rook
Yeah.
c6, rook f7.
Anish said, no messing around. Let's exchange these bishops.
Ah, okay. He doesn't want to have even a thought about an Armageddon.
Yeah, he's playing very cynically. Yeah.
Okay, rook
Gotta
d1.
love it. And we are being joined by the world champion who's won his final match. Magnus, how's it going?
It's all good.
How was your match?
Now it seems that in the last few matches, to use a football analogy, I'm getting like Lewandowski level chances, but I'm converting them at a Firmino level. And for those who don't watch football, that's pretty bad. But at least the last two games were sort of okay, but he is playing kind of suicidally in both of those games, so I didn't really have to do all that much.
Alexander was very critical of his play in the opening in game 3. Did you feel you were much better there out of the opening already? What's the structure?
Yeah, I felt like he was a bit too compliant, so I got very decent play. I mean, b5 is a typical idea, but in general, it seems better when there are dark squared bishops on the board than without, because that now, I mean, all of these ideas with going b4 and then c5, they don't seem very attractive. Like, it's always going to be worse. And then I guess when he actually went for c5 in the game, it doesn't work tactically. Yeah, when he has to go c4 immediately, like if he moves the king, e4 is just crushing. So no, I mean after c4. After, let's say, king h8, I just take on c5 if he does that immediately. And I mean, in the game, I probably missed a million wins earlier, but it was never really in doubt.
We saw you had a very big smile on your face somewhere around here after e4. Was that joy about your position or other factors as well?
No, I probably thought of something funny, but I cannot like offhand tell you what that was. But the position was pretty good.
Then game number 4, were there any crucial moments where he just didn't work?
Yeah, I think knight d5 doesn't work at all. But I mean, I have no clue about these positions in general, but I mean, like, my take would be that either in this position in general, either white is winning or black is winning. There's just no in between, because all the long-term factors, except perhaps king safety, all the positional factors are so much in favor of black that white really needs to mate quickly. But I have no clue.
No, I think it's winning for black, winning for white, or draw.
No, I don't think draw. I think draw is very unlikely.
No, actually, the engine thinks it's 0-0-0 after queen d2, and then sacrifice on h6.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. Could be.
Can we ask you about the game 2, where you played knight c6? What you had in mind? Were you thinking already that you're winning on the spot, or you were in game 2, I think, after knight c6?
No, you mean what, game 1?
Was it game 1?
Yeah, the Italian.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Here, yeah.
No, I mean, I thought for too long, basically, like, obviously, like, the hand wants to go knight f5, and you feel like that's resignation, but I sort of, I suddenly got this idea that to go knight c6 and take on a5, and I had this nice little trick with queen c7 with if he goes rook d8 after knight a5. That was sort of the point, that I wanted to go knight b7 then knight a5 to c6. But actually, even this doesn't work because of queen a8 and then rook e8. So yeah, I guess the moral of the story is don't try this at home. Just go knight f5 and win the game without calculating a single variation would be try.
Yeah, because it was a really clear, huge advantage what you did in the last 10 moves in this game previously to this.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would be very surprised if white is just not. I don't think like it's even a question of winning. I think it's just dead loss for black, probably.
Well, we're awaiting the Vishy Armageddon starting. Here we are. Magnus, you want to stick around?
No, not really. I mean, this game has very little effect more than, I don't know, or flagging rights. Is that the right term?
That is the term. Okay, then thank you. Enjoy your rest day, and we'll see you the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Both Armageddon started at the same time, it looks like. We're not even staggering now. Vishy Anand versus Vasil Ivanchuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi against Boris Gelfand.
So again, Vasily plays some rare line.
Yeah, and there is a funny pawn structure here.
Yeah, but white has an easy play. Yeah, I mean,
H4?
usually Vasily likes something more, you know, more demanding from the opponent. Here it's you can play natural moves.
He's been very fast so far.
I guess now he will take and play c5, yeah?
H5, go for it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but it's not a checkmate, yeah? And they have it. And they play h5.
Yeah, this is the position we have.
Okay, yes, cd4, cd4. I guess some bishop this. I don't know what. Now I'm not sure. Maybe bishop d7, bishop c6, yes.
White can go maybe d5 and king f1.
King of, yeah, knight e5. He plays queen f5.
Okay.
Okay, I guess king f1 now. And then bishop b5. So Vishy probably missed it.
So maybe rook d2, but it doesn't look.
Yeah. But still, what else? Queen d2 is not.
Yeah, the back rank is.
D2.
Oh, queen d2 he went.
Ugh,
When
I
he
feel
played
so bad for
95,
Vishy
probably
if he loses
this.
another Armageddon.
Okay, king e3.
Still not over.
King take d2 was a very nice move, yeah. This king sort of substitutes a pawn in our white pawn chain. So
Bishop c6, bishop d5, I guess.
yeah,
Or
then
just
maybe
rook d6. It's on the board. Bishop f6.
yeah, now everyone will double and black will play king f8, I guess.
And then how to make progress with white. This will be the big
Oh, I think he will push g pawn. Okay, so he plays rook c1. He doesn't.
Maybe we'll just get a good old-fashioned clock banging session. Black is fine now.
Bishop e4, that's the plan.
Yeah, she's building some pressure, I think.
Okay, still some play.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with the one check here.
But is there anything if takes on e4, f e4, bishop e5, f takes e5, rook d7, and I just go king e7 next?
Oof, I don't know. But it's so dangerous.
Rook d1 and d5?
Yeah, rook d1 and d5, then king can come to g5. I don't know. So dangerous.
Something else happened. He went bishop
He
e7.
just
Takes,
gave a
takes,
pawn.
takes.
And he wants to win back the h6 pawn, but
At what price?
doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. So actually, and Gelfand is winning. So at the moment, it looks like Judit will
2-0 for
win.
Judit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so how is this? Well, I don't think there is much chance for Chucky there. Takes.
He's also
and
behind on the
G5,
clock.
f4.
King d3. Fischer doesn't even want to put his pawns on dark squares.
Rook a to h2. Well, rook a6 is possible. Well, this is gonna win, I think. How is the Gelfand's game going?
Yeah. Clock is also fine, so let's switch to Nepomniachtchi Gelfand. Where clock could still very much become a factor.
Yeah, but now also bishop b5.
Knight d4.
Yeah, take king
And
g2.
a7 knight can be in trouble.
King comes.
King goes. And still king e3, only move, knight c2, knight a3. King c3, king b4.
I think Gelfand could play knight c4 check.
Yeah.
Now, okay, now it's not so clear. Yeah, still okay.
Yes, but for him, draw is enough too.
Yes, but that's why to exchange one pair of knights.
What a nice setup, 4 knights there. Knight d4, e6.
Gelfand playing at a very decent pace, but
And now knight 3 d4, yes.
this was nice.
Knight e1, knight c6, yes.
Well played.
So it's very good.
Nice technique. King c4.
Playing incredibly well.
Well, if you play with Boris, you don't mess around in endgames. Knight d4.
Also good. Offering some move repetitions.
Just this way.
Now exchange the pawns, Boris.
Well, this
Congrats.
it's over.
Yeah, congratulations, Judit, 2-0.
But drama for Vichy.
Oh my. Wow. 9 seconds. What did Vichy do?
So far, so good. Or not?
And actually, Vasily finished just 1 point behind Svidler, I think.
Yeah.
He blundered his pawn. Okay, this is this. Okay, but still. But here after bishop e3, knight e5, d6 wins. Bishop f4, e7.
Yeah, but king e6, I think it's still a draw. But of course, it's more chances.
Okay,
No,
but
king
knight
d6.
d3.
Yes, king d6.
King d6. Yeah.
No, I think that's exactly type of situation we discussed with Jan when in those endgames, like knight and 2 pawns against bishop and 1 pawn. Sometimes it looks like knight is completely winning and it's a draw. And here it doesn't even look like it's completely winning. So it should definitely be a draw.
Well,
so that was it. Are we getting more Armageddons? I lost track of all the action. Aleko and Ding, they're still playing their game 4, actually, their rapid game.
ah, okay.
And
But if
Leko
it's a
needs to
draw,
win.
then Ding won the match, right?
Yeah, it
leading
doesn't look like
1.
Leko will win this, does it? And
we're being joined by Boris Gelfand, who just won his Armageddon against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Boris, congratulations. We can't hear you yet. Maybe there's some unmute button or something to be pressed.
Yeah. Hi, Jan. Hi, Judit. Hi, Alexander.
Hi.
Yeah, bravo,
congratulations.
Boris.
Yeah, okay. Not the best quality match, but okay, yeah.
But the Armageddon, you played very well.
Armageddon, I played really well. Yeah. I think I played well. No real blunders. Yeah. First game is horrible. Yeah, and then okay, miracle save. Yeah, okay. Not the highest quality games today, but okay, what to do? Yeah.
Overall, how do you feel? Did you enjoy the tournament?
Yeah, I enjoyed very much. It's a bit, hard for me in my age, yeah, to have 4 such games against such strong players each day with no breaks. But okay, I really enjoyed it, yeah, to play. As I said, first day, it's a big privilege to play against such a strong field and such an interesting event. So I really enjoyed it. And I think had a lot of interesting games. Okay, match with Magnus was horrible, but other matches were a very close fight. Yeah, sometimes I lost concentration and blundered, but also my opponents did. So, okay.
How was your experience to play online? Is it it's your first tournament, right?
Yeah, okay. I played some Blitz tournaments, but basically that's it. Yeah, no, it's okay. I think I had some once or twice had mouse slip. Yeah, but with Svidler, yeah, I made some senseless move. Yeah, just mouse slip. But my position was bad anyway. Sorry.
How much can you concentrate comparing a real rapid tournament game?
No, I think I can concentrate more or less the same, yeah? Okay, I sit in front, yeah, okay. All of us learned already what is computer, so I think to focus, it's another story. Sometimes, okay, you have lapse of concentration, but it's because of, it happens, yeah? Because we are humans, not because of, it's online. During over the board games, I also had a lot of lapse of concentration. Yeah, maybe some other players have it easier, don't have this problem, but I personally have it through my whole career.
So do you think in the long run, if you compare a tournament of offline, do you think the quality should be more or less the same?
Well, I think I was always taught that we should compare apples with apples and oranges with oranges, yeah? All this online tournament, objectively, it's, players play for fun. Okay, all of us are ambitious players, yeah? But it's totally different compared if we play, okay, some big event or, world championship or something, yeah?
Yes.
How is your working on chess routine these days? Because I was very impressed with a lot of the openings you had with White, this game against Kramnik and so on. What's your schedule studying chess these days?
No, I study a lot, but also, today, there are no many tournaments, and also I give a lot of like online camps. Right. So I work maybe less on openings and more on the middle games and end games, preparing materials. But also when I do it, you know, my rule is that I never switch on engine. So I keep my head working, because I think it's not fair towards the students, who are, some of them are extremely strong players and can be easily part of this tournament, or at least a very high level. And also not good for me, if I'll, you know, take a rest and look at the engine. So I try to work together with the young players on, you know, middle games or on end games. Also, you know, completed 2 new books recently. So also quite an intensive work. Should be out this in a couple of months. Yeah. So I
What
keep
is
on
your new
working
book?
intensive matches.
What
Yeah,
is your
decision making and technical decision making, and I forgot how we call it. Basically, it's rook endgame, queen endgame, and rook and queen endgame. I think it's called minor piece endgame. Yeah.
Very much looking forward to those. I've mentioned many times on the show. When I got your book on positional decision making, I read it immediately in one session. It was a great pleasure. So congrats on those books. Very much looking forward to them.
Thank you. It's nice because me and also my co-author, we put a lot of effort in this book. So it's very nice to hear that it's appreciated. Thank you, Jan.
Very much.
For
Thank
sure,
you so much, Boris. It was a pleasure to watch you play. All the best.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck, and we keep on following those 4 guys who qualified. Yeah.
By all means.
Congrats, Boris. It was nice to see you playing and fighting.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
Yes.
guys.
Yeah.
Bye, and
See
have a
you,
good
Boris.
evening. Bye, Alexander. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I guess all the games are over. Peter Leko drew against Ding Liren. No winning chances there. So Ding wins that match. Won't make him much happier. We also say bye to Alexander Grishuk, I guess, who we will see during the semifinals and hopefully finals. Alexander, any last words?
Yeah, I just wanted to say there will be a very interesting semifinals. I hope Peter puts up a real fight against Magnus. And Nepomniachtchi against Giri, it's a sort of continuation of their matches. Anish won the semi-final in the previous tournament, and Jan won their match in this tournament. I think Jan had like maybe minus 14 if you combine the evaluation of all 4 games during this match, and still he won very convincingly. So let's see what happens. This one is guaranteed will be very interesting match, but I hope that another match will be very interesting as well.
I'm very much looking forward to it as well. Judit, what are your closing thoughts? Who's going to win the whole thing and all that?
Oh, well, of course, it's always Magnus who is the candidate, but I think the candidate to win, he's the favorite. But I see Ian is very much challenging everybody, and he's capable of doing anything and beat anybody. I'm pretty sure we're going to have exciting games, and well, anything can happen, but I think it will depend on what kind of day they wake up. And Magnus won this match also, but he made mistakes. I think he's not playing the best, so he can still improve his play, even though, of course, it seems like he's crushing everybody, I mean, by the score table. But if he makes mistakes, then I think the others might catch him. So it's going to be very tight and interesting. So in the rapid games, everything is possible, as we saw in different games. You make a mistake, and if the other one catches the opportunity, then anything can happen. And if it gets to Armageddon, then it's about mouse game, as we said it. So anything is possible. I'm very much looking forward for the matches because all players are giving great ideas, unexpected ideas, and a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow is a day off. Of course, there will be more action on chess24.com. So pay the visit if you guys want to support this series of tournaments. We'll be back the day after tomorrow. I think Judit gets one more day off, but then we'll be back to join us. Thanks everybody for watching, and let's hand it over to Tanya to bring home the show. See you guys the day after tomorrow.
See you.
Bye.
Thank you, Jan, Judit, and Sasha for that very insightful day of chess. And the action of the preliminaries comes to an end. 4 semi-finalists. It's goodbye for the other 6 players, but what a journey they've had. This is our bracket going into the semis. We've got an encore of the Chessable Masters semi-finals with Anish facing Jan. In that one, in the Chessable Masters, it was an Anish Giri show. In this event, as Sasha pointed out, Jan came out of literally the grave and took that match. He was down majorly in both the games. I'm sure Jan's taken some big takeaways from both these matches, and he's going to come back strong because it's a lot at stake. Magnus Carlsen versus Peter Svidler. Tough for Peter to be up against a very in-shape Magnus. I was watching his interview with Jan earlier, and it's a bit, to be honest, it's a bit annoying that when he scored 9 out of 9, he's won all his matches against these greatest players, and still there's this, I mean, it's a sign of a champion, of a true world champion, I guess, but there's still this feeling of, you know what, I didn't play that well. And I mean, Magnus, if you did not play that well and you've still scored 9 out of 9, won all your matches, then there's really no hope for anyone. But we've got, these are our 4 semi-finalists, as you see. And let's also just quickly update everybody with the finals of the Magnus Carlsen chess tour. So as we were speaking about it earlier, Magnus Carlsen, Daniel Dubov, Hikaru Nakamura are all in. The 3 out of 4 spots are these guys. And the 4th spot is going to be either Ding Liren, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, or Peter Svidler. One of these 4 will make it to the final. Either ways, it's going to be an exciting event. But before that, we've of course got the semis. Tomorrow is a break day, but the chess does not stop. We do have a Q&A with Jan tomorrow. And there it is. So do join us for that. You've got to be premium to be able to ask Jan all the questions that you want to. Today, that was an interesting match he had with Boris. It almost looked like that was a very not motivated Jan. And I think that could be Jan's, I don't want to say a big flaw, but I think that's something that he probably struggles with at times. When he's in shape and fired up, he is an absolute monster. But very often we see him collapsing in ways which you can't explain. And it almost felt like, you know, with his expressions, how he was smiling and laughing, like, because he'd already booked his spot, right? He was already second. I think there was a little bit of a motivation thing today, completely winning positions, messed up, the Armageddon, brilliantly played by Boris, but an unexpected result there. Also, a quick reminder to all of you to register before 31st of July to book your spot for a simul against Magnus Carlsen. And this will be, the time control will be 30 minutes with 30-second increment for the simul. So that's a pretty good time to be able to give a fight there. Lots of people have signed up. So there will probably be more than one simul, but the first one is on the 7th of August. Remember, you need to extend or buy the membership before 31st July. And if you want to prepare for this moment, then don't forget to check out all the resources, the various series available on chess24.com by the world champion himself. There is a series by former world champion Vishy Anand, by Magnus Carlsen, by Peter Svidler, by Jan Gustafsson. It's an immense library of many resources, and you've got unlimited access to that if you go premium. There's a 40% off deal going on, some very cool merch as well. Check out the shop. Tomorrow is a rest day, not just for the players, but the commentators as well. And yes, I think we all need it. I look forward to seeing you guys for the semis. All right, take care. See you soon.
Try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand of what you would normally use. If it's too easy, you can also balance on one leg at the same time. When you break even the simple routines, you can challenge your brain to strengthen underused nerve cells.
My name is Sebastian Mihailov, and I bring to you, along with the world champion Magnus Carlsen, the wonderful app Tactics Frenzy. Solve millions of unique, high quality, and entertaining chess puzzles that have all been quality checked by strong grandmasters like Jon Ludvig Hammer and Jan Gustafsson. Become a member today and compete for monthly prizes sponsored by Chessable, chess24, Magnus Trainer, and of course, the king himself, Magnus Carlsen. We have made sure that no matter how good you are at chess, you can enjoy this app and get the challenge of your life. Alireza Veruja, Alexander Grishik, Sergei Karyakin, among a lot of elite players, they all love the app, and I can assure you, you will as well. Download the app today and become a chess champion.
For most chess players, it has never been about becoming the next greatest, but about defining your own path, your own style of play. Nobody could define that for you, but perfecting your style takes practice. Introducing Alex Astane Lopez, International Master. Train smart, play smart. CodeChess.com.